Hello, Nightlights. Welcome back to Tashiko Potions. I'm Robert Tashiko, the alchemist who's here to make your day just a little bit more magical. How's everyone doing today? Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. Hello. Hi, Niall. Hi, Fusoku. Hi, Arctaros. Hi, Multi. Hi, Rain. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. I hope you all have been having a good weekend thus far. Have you been up to anything? Ugh. Oh, the Eeper right off the bat. I had so much fun yesterday. It was really good. For those who weren't around yesterday, I did a bunch of party games to celebrate my 4th year of streaming, which is continuing today. But we're gonna be doing little bit of. We're gonna be playing some new games today, just cause. No particular reason, but I thought it'd be cool just to do a bunch of games that I haven't played before. Because I've been playing the same kind of games the past couple of weeks. So I thought it'd be cool to check out a couple new ones that I've been meaning to get to for a while, even if they're just little one-offs or whatever. But it was good. I played Peak and Party Animals and Repo and Golf with Friends yesterday, and I had such a good time. It was so much fun. I giggled lots, and my face was very hurty and crampy from smiling all day. So I think that's a win, right? I had a really good time. Um, yeah, I managed to get some good rest last night. Well, I say that I slept with a pillow under my back most of the night because I have such a hard time getting comfortable because my back is so crunchy and I don't know what to do. Ellie, it's okay. I mean, we're continuing it today, technically. We would do a little bit more celebrating today, just as a treat. If you guys haven't or are curious, we still have some sub goals. If you're at all curious at us doing, which is not at all, unfortunately. Sometimes I'm curious about getting an X-ray to really see if my spine is messed up as it is, or if I'm just, you know, getting it in my head. Dom goals? No, I haven't considered that. There's dono goals. We should call donation goals Dom goals. That'd be cute. Yeah, if we get more subs, we'll do some of this stuff. I'm already gonna get some new emotes. I'm gonna need emote ideas if you guys can think of any. Let me know. Sub goals and Dom goals. Yeah. Let's see why not. So, Gorp. So we're gonna play a couple games today. We'll see how much energy I have. Maybe I'll just like play 2 or 3 games instead of 4. But I had lined up Outer Wilds will be first. I know people really like Outer Wilds. It's one of those games you can only really play once. And I've been meaning to stream it for a while. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart has been in my library for quite a time. I'm curious how that's even gonna run. I might have to go PNG mode for that. Bee Simulator because it looked funny and I get to be a little bee. Metro Gravity, which I think. Ah, uh, I know. I'll have to get to it eventually. I don't even have the game. I was gonna use the sub money to buy it. Who gave me a swirly? Metro Gravity, where Tufo gave it to me. It looks very transcoded. I don't know why. It just kind of does. So I thought it'd be cool to check that out too. Kind of reminds me of Pseudo Regalia. It was me, and I did it like this. I think. Whee! The spinner. So, with that being said, I guess we could get started. I was gonna start at 1, but I was like, I just want to chill a bit longer before I start. So, Outer Wilds, Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart, Bee Simulator, and Metro Gravity. We're already 15 minutes in. This is kind of why I like to start 10 minutes before, but I got a little distracted. so without further ado, let's see what happens. I'm gonna launch up Outer Wilds. I was just gonna play with mouse and keyboard. I might play Ratchet and Clank with a controller though. Best experience with a gamepad. Okay. My controller wire hasn't been super great. Game audio. Outer Wilds. Oh. Boop. On thumbnail, by the way. Is she in this? No? What? On the thumbnail? I don't think so. Oh. Outer Wilds. A profile name? What? Aben Sashiko. Turn it up a teensy bit. Huh. So I don't really know much about this game, except it's spacey, and it's a game you can only experience once, much like Tunic. I know Azra's been really wanting to see me play this game. I know she had a great time with it, so. Well, this will result in a ban. Oh shit. Yeah, we're real with that one. Let's check it out. Loading profile. Neat. Wakey wakey. Uh-oh. My frames. Yeah, I'll have to check the graphics. Eighth. Oh dear. Rethink. Full screen dithering. Better? Better. Refusing to press X. Yeah. We're just like standing here. Hello. Marshmallow. Yay! Oh, oh. Woo. Oh. Did I burn it already? I see it roasting a little bit. I like fluffy marshmallows, minus the edible part. I'd have to disagree with that. My friends enjoy eating me quite frequently. A delicious mothy treat. Eat it. Wow! I need a perfect marshmallow. Including the edible part. Yeah. I thought it was just about to start raining. I was like, what the fuck? I can't tell if that's yummy. It looks yummy. Well, I guess we're at Ilium. There's our pilot. Back from your pre-launch campout under the stars, I see. So it's launch day. Seems like only yesterday you joined the space program. I didn't realize there was a whole lot of story in this game, or dialogue. Living on your first solo voyage. Ready to get this big beauty off the ground? Are you sure you fixed the retro rockets? That was only a one-time problem. Then maybe a few times after that. But hey, no reason to dwell in the past, right? To get the launch codes from Hornfields at the observatory before you can lift off. Okay. Cool. Fireball. Nice marshmallows. Okay. Mowing. Mowing. Yay! Fly model ship. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Ah! Touchdown. Here, here. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Gray. What a landing. Guess that's why Slate lets you fly the real thing, huh? Oops. I didn't even see you there. Is that like 99% of alchemy? Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, yo. Are you leaving us on the to seek adventure amongst the stars? You and me and Ghosten open a bottle of the good stuff. The good stuff is less delicious sap wine and more daunting digestive challenge. The iron stomach is a mark of a true Hearthian, my friend. Our hardy hunter-gatherer lifestyle stems from trial and error. By which I mean our ancestors survived eating a lot of bad things. Ew. Hi, Dahlia. Hi. Oh my god. Postcards from Orbit. Outer Wilds Ventures. Got your little inventions?
Dahlia, the Wormith says, what would you think if there was a plush of you?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. A plush of me? That would be so adorable. I bet it would bring smiles to everyone who sees it.
True. Sky Shutter satellite. Currently orbiting Timber Hearth. Satellite is equipped with 2 onboard cameras. See if you can take a snapshot of our village. But this planet's very round. Is it just like a really small planet, I guess? Weird. Okay. Well, stay here. Hal's gonna miss you. I was thinking about it, and the platform those ships launch from is getting old. Isn't it about time you build a new, less flammable one? McTree in the village will be perfect choice. Don't mind helping out with the space program. Launchpad is flammable? You didn't realize it? Don't worry, it's held up for all the launches so far. It'll definitely be fine of yours, probably. Okay. If you say so. You're leaving the crater today. When any of the travelers up there, mind take proper care of their instruments. Travelers' instruments? I made all of their instruments, you know. Let me see. There's Kurt's drums, Rayback's banjo, Robro's flute, and Feldspar's harmonica, of course. Though Felspar's been missing for a long time. Sometimes it feels like just yesterday they were playing with their harmonica around the campfire. You hear the music in space? They'll be one of the space programs to other travelers. If you feel their lack company, you can always pull out your signal scope to track them down. Whatever that means. Are there secrets in this game? I'm sure there's lots of secrets. And Hori was a streamer for April Fools. That would be cute though. Oh. Oh. Was there a harmonica? In here? Meow. Meow. Oh wow. Ooh. Weird. The devious whistler. Fishing rhyme, fishing rhyme. Sing it to help me pass the time. Really in the crater? Guess we'll all be a little busier without you around to lend a hand. That big water planet, Giant Steep. That's where I'd go. Where's Hornfellows? Did you try the observatory? I've literally never seen them anywhere else. Where is that up there? Hi, Vivs. Literally just explained it. Yeah, I know. I'm sure it's somewhere. Are you talking about this guy? With the instruments? I may be confuzzled. Launch tower. Where's the observatory? This way. Did I just say meow? I did. Oh, Audrey. Thank you for the redeem, beautiful baby. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I'm so loud. Yeah. Our waterfall's so loud. Kind of like the little audio device. What's that? Got a launcher. What's that? Pew! Oh. Pew! Whoa. Yeah. Cool, I guess. Young Bark Crater. Oh. Geyser Mountains. Quantum Grove Crater. Oh. Nomai Ruins. So there's different directions of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, this planet's very small. No, don't hit a tree! No! Killed it. Into the sun with you. Whee! Man, what is this game even about? Space. Dropping by to celebrate you. Thank you. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh. It's very spacey. Hello. Zero G Cave. Oh. Hey, I thought I might see you before the big launch. Nerves getting the better of you? Right, like you weren't nervous on your first flight. Hey, don't worry about it. Your nerves are between you, me, and the vast endlessness of space. But really, you'll do fine out there. I'd worry more about the ship if I were you. Hopefully that lunatic Slate at least fixed their retro rockets. So listen, there's a satellite, which is definitely not just a piece of broken mining equipment set up down in the Zero G cave and in need of repairs. If you're looking for a last minute Zero G practice, head down the lift and into the cave. Or don't, as long as you're confident. I can repair it. Do I get to do little repair-y minigames? Whoa! Of the aforementioned space. Space cave. It's very shiny down here. Yep. Oh. Oh. Hello? Oh. It is very floaty down here. I mean, I'm sure we're closer to the center of the Earth if it's not that big of a planet. Boot up, baby. Ah. Oh. Yay! Wee! Wee! Hello? Very nice of you to drop down. I'm getting in some Zero G time. Give me the dirt! No. In the cave? Well, no, I'm fine. You don't look fine. Well, I know, you know why I hate that cave, so I don't know why you're making me talk about it. Now I've got hand sweats. Very well. Whoa. This thing? No. Die of 100 deaths. Why? Hi, Ram. How are you? Oh, good heavens. The deep space hole. Why? What? Why is this down here? 0 of 3 repaired. Oh. Repairing you. Yeah. With space, you gotta be real gentle with the tippy tap controls. Yeah. Because why not? That's fair. Where is the other one? I hear you sparking. Barking and barking. Not inside, are you? Yeah, you are. Oh my god, it's a beautiful mop. Clover! Hi, cutie! Ah, buddy boy, how are ya? Training simulation complete. Yippee! I did it. I don't think I get anything for that, but that's cool. That's pretty fun. Ow. What are you doing today, Clover? How are you? I hope you made it really fun yet. I did! I had a really good day yesterday. Woo, I had my little bunch of fun with friends. I laughed a lot and I got very tired. But I think I did good. Did heckin' awesome. Oh, can I put this back? There you go. Well, now, and Yesterday was hanging out with lots of friends, and today is just a me day to check out some games I've been meaning to play for a while. Yay, Clover! It's a shame Purr couldn't join us, but it is what it is. Purr, 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 purr. Everyone's getting sick! It's only a matter of time before I get sick. Dude, I really hope I don't get sick before my flight. Nicely done. Of course, it'll be a little more stressful when you're hurtling through space, but just remember your training and try not to hit anything big. I can see you're itching to get off this rock. Quick, go get those launch codes and get out of here already. Instantly get sick. I mean, people are kind of gross, so. Oh. What's that? Pocket of ghost matter, a strange and dangerous substance that's invisible to the naked eye. You can use ghost matter with a camera, or you can detect it with a camera. Moving through ghost matter is uniquely painful and will probably kill you. Don't complain to me if you hurt yourself fooling around. Oh dear. Ghost matter. Hi, astronaut. I know the patch of ghost matter inside the fence. Lawson said he used to be bigger when they were a hatchling, because ghost matter evaporates. This takes a super long time to go away. I hope there's still ghost matter in the village when I'm grown up. So awesome. It's super cool. It'll burn the heck out of you. You know ghost matter is how Tectile lost their foot, right? Whoa, really? That's so cool. Oh boy. Oh no. No, don't lick it. No. Hello. This is good weather for your launch, right? It's lucky. Any good sounds from space today? There are. My telescope signal scope is set to the Outer Wilds Ventures frequency, so I'm listening to the Travelers music. Last night I heard Ryback's banjo coming from the Brittle Hollow. I hope that means they're safe. I can hear different planets too. Depends on what time of day and night it is, since different planets are in the sky are at different times. Signal scopes are cool. Yeah. Wheezy. I do like this kind of mechanic. I guess we'll be able to change frequencies eventually. Outer Wilds Ventures. I wonder if this is anything like, what do they call it? No Man's Sky, or we're gonna go to different planets. I have no idea. Oh, idea, kids. I don't want to lick it. It'll probably kill me. I'm smarter than that. At least I like to think so. Where is that darn observatory? This way. The old fighter coach before your launch. Oh, I did that already. If you had a potion for me to try, which would it be? Maybe I could make you not a human and not a zombie again. Turns you into a furry. I don't know. What do you want? What you want? Outer Wilds found in members. Clockwise from top left. Hornfels, Gosson, Slate, and Feldspar. Yeah, I've heard about them. I'm turn the textures up a little bit. Can't see it. There we go. You're gonna turn in furry to me. Have you thought about being furry? Probably not. You can be whatever you want to be, but if you did, theoretically, what would it be? First and only space program was founded to explore the farthest reaches of our solar system. Ospar, the first Hearthian to be internationally launched into space. We completed the first orbit around Timberhearth and later made the first of what would be many landings on our moon. Yay! Hey, it's my favorite astronaut. Launch day at last, huh, buddy? Translator Tools inaugural flat, too. I'm so excited it's making me nauseous. Just think, you'll be able to translate any Naomi text you want. And anywhere you are. The two of us put a lot of hours into inventing that tool, so don't break it, okay? Oh geez, do not break it. Are you okay? I'm just nervous. I'm terrified. Don't let me make you nervous. We've been training for this since the day you were hatchlings, remember? So what's the dirt? A statue? You haven't heard? Harbour brought it back with them from the giant steep. And Hornfels just finished prepping it for display. I wish I could see what a real life Nomai looks like. But I guess this is as close as we'll ever get. The first fully intact statue ever found, you know. For how old it is, it's in great shape. Oh, do you think we'll see one out in space? Carved by the Nomai, an ancient species who dwelled in our solar system thousands of years ago. Could be a dog. Ugh. Provides us with our most detailed look at the Nomai. They appear to have been covered with a layer of fur, with the decorative jewelry that have been crowned around the antlers. Although their artifacts and structures have been found on almost every planet in the solar system, we still have no idea what the species came from or what happened to them. Perhaps we'll find out. Coming soon. Future sight. Okay. Reporting you later. Oh. Nomai writing is essential to deciphering their unique language. It's like the Zonai from Legend of Zelda. Although this text is linear, Nomai text often branches off from a center point, interestingly. Each branch tends to be written by a different author. Oh. Nearly ready. Felix and I have finished construction. She says calibrating the device won't take long. Whoa. Adarok's lack of atmosphere make calibration simple. After all this time, I'm thrilled to finally resume my research. Our research. Interesting. What about that thing? I like that. It's fun. Lots of different tools and gadgets. I don't want to lick it. Stop trying to get me to lick things. Parts of the Nomai skeleton. Got from the skulls that they possessed antlers and quite unusually only 3 eyes. We adapted for living exclusively on land. Differences in the Nomai's anatomy, such as their shockingly fragile bone structure. Authors could have descended from Nomai's ancestors. Not clear where the Nomai originated from or why they disappeared. I don't know why I'm giving it an accent. I hope to find more clues to this puzzle as we explore our solar system. Oh! Gravity! Who gives a heck about gravity? This crystal is taken from a Nomai ruins on Brittle Hollow. It seems to create a local gravity distortion and was most likely used to traverse steep surfaces. Yeah! I fucking love gravity. Stars like our green sun generate light and heat by fusing hydrogen into helium. As it grows older, the star runs out of hydrogen and starts to contract. Yup. As star's core contracts, it gets hotter, causing the outer layers to expand. The star has become a red giant. When the core is hot enough, it starts to fuse helium into carbon. If a star is massive enough, it will continue to fuse carbon into even heavier elements like iron. Ultimately, the star will collapse under its own gravity and then explode in a violent event called a supernova. It will eventually be the fate of our own sun. Yeah. Ball? Ball? These balls move on their own. The ground is perfectly level, so what do you think causes this spooky motion? The moon. As it orbits our planet, the Atla Rock's gravity pulls on objects from different directions. It's pulling on you right now. What? Oh, really? Is this like a real life thing too? Not jump button. Jump. I don't get it. You may be silly. Or maybe I'm just silly. Be pulled slightly towards where the balls are pulled. Can't tell. You know what? Maybe slightly. Yeah, I think I see what you mean. We are going slightly, like, up to the right. Weird. Okay. What the? The strange rock moving around in this grotto area reacts to conscious observation. Level-headed among us realize there must be some sort of optical illusion at play. Grabro claims the rock exists in all possible states until it is observed, whatever that means. Whatever is actually happening, both sides of the debate agree the effect is extremely creepy. I love quantum physics. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, Whipping Angel Rocks, yeah. Oh, I like that. Science is weird. I wonder how long this game is. Hello? There you are. I just finished pre-flight observations, and local conditions are good. Time to get our newest astronaut off the ground. And you'll be our first astronaut ever equipped with the Nomai translator tool. I confess I've been giddy all day just thinking about it. Ow. I'm better equipped than ever to unravel the mysteries of the Nomai. You should be very proud of your work. What is your plan once you're in space? To go somewhere no one's gone before. I'm gonna wing it! Plan to follow in footsteps of Feldspar on the Great Outer Wilds mentions, are you? I might have guessed. Well, see if you can't put the translator tools of yours good use while you're out there. I'll have to send you off. I'm ready to die in space. I'm not one for superstition, but isn't that kind of unlucky to say before we launch? Here are the launch codes. Best of luck. Dash dot dot dash dot. That's Morse code, but I don't know how to read it. Uh. Ugh. So I guess this is our solar system that we're going to, huh? Space. Dark Bramble, Timber Hearth, Hourglass Twins, Brittle Hollow, and Giant Steep. And the sun. Wild, okay. Well, Hornfield's observations. At first I thought the points of light in this image were stars, but they're not. They're galaxies. And this image covers just a tiny patch of the whole sky. Ooh. Ugh. Oh. Face is weird. No, I don't want to stop trying to get me to lick things. What are you doing? I'm not that hungry. Oh. What? Okay. I wonder if that's like, what was that? Is that like my save point? It just recorded everything I just did. Or something. What the? How else are you supposed to claim things? Don't worry about it. Okay, so to get a good look at the Nomad statue? Statue was glowing. Why was it glowing? Statue was doing what? Eyes opened up and then you saw images from your own memories and glowing lights flying around. I mean, like a hallucination. Listen, no offense, but are you sure you're okay to launch? No, that statue is definitely weird. I mean, if you're saying it happened, then I guess maybe it did. But why? Ornfell's tried everything to get the statue's eyes to open, but nothing like this has ever happened to him. I don't think you're gonna get any answers from the museum statue. But Agabra said they were going back to Giant Steep. Don't know which islands they're on, though. Maybe they'd be able to tell you more. You know, so maybe you're better off searching for more info on your own. I'm really jealous you're getting going into space. I see if we can use your translator tool to find out more about that statue. Good luck. Thank you. Let's find out. A 1, a 2, a 3. Prompt. Am I gonna have to learn Morse code for this game? I doubt it. I wonder if this is the kind of game I'm gonna need like a pen and paper for. Look, you're ready to take off. Assignment of a launch is fun and all, but I can't wait to get back to working on the new ship. Working on fixing the autopilot's avoidance system for this one. Sure. Sorry. Let's do a little dozing for a bit. Ah. Oh, sorry. Oh. Marshmallow. Ah. Don't worry about writing stuff down. Okay, cool. I was just curious. It looks pretty golden brown. Ow. Personal notes. Gotcha. Enter launch codes. Ready to go into space, kids? Gift subs run out? I don't know. Ugh. Let me suit up. Health and fuelful. Yep. Crystal. Chip log. Adderrock. Giant Steep. Dark Bramble. Interloper. Few entries. No, my text in the observatory talks about collaborating some sort of device on the Adderrock. The one and only Hearthian village. The main source of explosions on this planet. No, my statue in the observatory opened its eyes and looked at me. I saw strange glowing lights and my own memories flash before my eyes. Zeroji Cave. Yee. Don't crash the damn ship. I would never do such a thing. Rumor mode. Oh. We're investigating rumors. Also, says Gabara went to the Giant's Steep to try and learn about more of the Nomad statue. I want to go to the ruins. Calibrating some device. Okay. I see, I see. Hi, Camille. Buckle up, baby. Lift off camera. Oh boy. Whee! Bye! Well, now what? Scout launcher, signal scope. Okay. Don't pilot into the sun. Don't tell me what to do. I don't know what planets these are. Oh. Ash Twin. Ember Twin. Ember Hearth. What's the one I wanted to go to? The Interloper. Oh, distance is a little weird in this game. Giant Steep. Alright, let me double check. Let me double check here. Atler Rock. Where's on the Atler Rock? Okay, let's go there. It's the moon of there. The moon. Well, let's go to the moon. I can't tell if I'm getting any close to it. Autopilot. Gorp. That's okay. Land. Land. Oh. And your relative speed. Listen, I never went to space school. Alright, did we land or? Step 1 failed. Listen, it's fine. It'll repair itself. Failure imminent. Whee! Guess we'll just look around. Hello? Oh. Oh. What are you looking at? Ah? Currently locked onto my cursor. Are these the different planets? It's heckin' windy, goodness. Oh. What's down here? Oxygen tank refilled. Oh, trees detected. Perfect. I was upstairs testing the eye signal locator, and it can hear and follow the signals from the sun, Giant's Deep, and Brittle Hollow. However, something strange is happening when I ask the eye signal locator to follow the eye signal. The device's indicator rotates wildly and never points to just one direction. Likely calibrated locator incorrectly. I will make adjustments to try again. Curious result. It's possible the eye has stopped calling out its signal. Everything is correctly calibrated after all. Disappointingly. My friends, but I believe this locator cannot detect the eye's signal. We'll need to build a more sensitive device if we want to locate the eye of the universe. Then we will build it. Don't lose hope. Our research for the eye is what brought our clan to this place. We won't give up so easily. Cool. Oh. I guess I'll just steal this. Drop scroll. Here you go. Recording. Okay, wow. I've seen this rune in other travelers' pictures, but seeing it for myself, it's really old, isn't it? Wow, this is the coolest day of my life. Okay, time for some official notes. This is some kind of Nomai locator. You can point out different planets. It's incredibly cool, by the way. From what little I can understand of the writing here, I think it was built to try and find something specific. I'm not sure. I also was able to translate something about the South Pole of Brittle Hollow. I'll fly there to see it, learn what I can. Get back on the old ship and take off. Totally safe. Definitely safe. Different scrolls. Okay. Here you go. Where should this new, more sophisticated locator be built? It may need to be larger than this eye signal locator is. Anona and those of us originally stranded on Emerald Twin built a quantum moon locator there, but the heat of the sun made its construction challenging. I wouldn't recommend building on that planet. The southern glacier on Brittle Hollow has ample available space. We could construct a new building to house this proposed locator. Let's build there. I imagine our young friend Konoi would enjoy that immensely. He's always held a great interest in the eye, especially for a child born long after the crash. Construction on Brittle Hollow's South Pole immediately. Huh. Gotcha. I'll put you back. Yeah. Thank you. Knowledge acquired. Fascinating. Trees. Absorbing tree. All locating over there. What do those little symbols mean, I wonder? Oh. Ooh. The sun. So I guess there's probably some significance to these 3 planets. I'm not sure what that is. Where's that pointing? It might just be the default? It seems confused. What does that symbol mean? Can I leave like this? I could just leave it. Yeah, I'll just leave it. Okay. Is there anything else over here though? And pew! Oh, what's that? Thank you. Oxymogen. Yeah, there's probably some more stuff up here. Gotta be. Yeah, what's that? A weird ship or an engine. Very crusty. Yeah, I can't do anything with this. Except see it perish. What if you... Quite a bit of stuff over here, isn't there? Here's the flag. Hello. What's that? Oh, an unidentified signal nearby. Oh. No, I'm not licking the flag! Oh, hey, it's you. Ground Control didn't tell me you were launching. Long time no see. Or so I guess it's been a long time since I've seen anyone. Is that you whistling? Probably. Or actually, definitely. The other travelers carry instruments, so they don't bother whistling. You can pick up their music with the telescope, signal scope, you know. The spot for that is the North Pole. great reception. And right on your mini map. Seems lonely up here. Making eulogy. Okay, fine. A little I'm in touch with the ground control. We're ready to go up the chat now and then. The ground control forgets I'm up here. Honest little scout at the village. They forget about you. I don't blame them. For one, I don't check in as often as as the other travelers since I'm always in one place. And it's not so bad up here, really. At least it's peaceful and quiet. I don't usually get that in our solar system. What's this place? Oh, you're serious, aren't you? That's just depressing. Welcome to the Lunar Outpost, which apparently the space program doesn't seem to bother to teach anymore. When we first started Outer Wilds, travelers used to bring their ships here all the time for repairs. Our spacefaring technology has improved loads since then, but the older ships tend to fall apart a lot, like more than they do now. Using the outpost cut down the number of launches and landings taken place in the village and also the number of fires. Nowadays, though, it's mostly just me up here raising saplings from the timber hearth, keeping an eye on things. Talk to you later. Unidentified signal nearby. Can I steal stuff? Like, is there anything to grab or find or see? The North Pole is up here. Go this way. Wah! Oh! It's looking more red? I guess so. Still not picking up Rayback's banjo from Biddle Hollow. I'm sure they're fine, but I'll feel better once I can hear their music. They play for a while today. Their flirting is not suitable for aerial perspective. But I heard something strange. Probably nothing. No, it's back again today, too. Something strange is coming from Timber Hearth. Sounds from Timber Hearth sound exactly like Feldspar's harmonica. But Feldspar disappeared in space ages ago. Can't be them. This is creepy. Even my signal scope is broken. I better talk to Gnaze. Oh. Ship log updated. I guess we're just trying to find stuff to update. What's that thing? It's like a little comet. Spring. Spring. Well, what else? Pew! Oh. No, did it leave orbit? What's that? Oh. Oh dear. That's a big hole. Oh. I see. Is that a recorder? Oh yeah. Rookie. Little jetpack. Property of Kurt. An old crater. The neat thing here is the composition of the samples I took from the impact site matches the composition of the ice on the outskirts of Dark Bramble. I'd posit that Atlarock was hit by a piece of the planet that used to be where Dark Bramble now lies. Follow up on. Maybe there are more fragments of the old planet Dark Bramble destroyed on other ashless bodies in the solar system. Adalock. Yeah. Huh. Meow. Adalrock. Atlarock. Thank you. It's a little crazy in here, isn't it? Look at all this ice. That. Well. Whoa. Uh-oh. Oh. Did I die? I think I died. Shut up, Niall. I see what you're trying to do. You can't. Don't backseat me, Niall. Don't act all cocky about it. I don't like that. Why the options menu? What? What do you want? Oh, nice. Thank you. What? What could I possibly be doing wrong? Conversations. What? I don't know what you're trying to tell me. Okay. Hi, Snowy. They're being mean to me. Okay. Niall's being mean to me. Step 2 failed. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Did I just did I just die? Could I have just like been in my ship, I guess? Look half asleep. A negative on being deceased. Wishing to sleep. Yeah, but I'm just trying to play the game. You don't gotta be cocky about knowing things that I don't, man. I just feel weird. Guess I just gotta. I gotta do it again. Does it like delete all my stuff, or do I still keep my memories and stuff in here? Oh, okay. Yeah, I kept my stuff. Vaguely. Oh. Had a bit of larger, more sophisticated eye signal locator on Brittle's Hollow's South Pole. Groundhog Day rules. I don't know what that means! You guys are just saying stuff. Eye signal locator. Why? Some are green and some are gray. I'm not sure what that means. Bud marker. Hi, Snowy. There's a snow bug. Disappointed by the failure to detect a signal from something called the Eye of the Universe. Dr. Brittle Hollow to investigate something the Nomai were doing at the South Pole. Okay. I'm following this way. Brittle Hollow, South Pole. Larger, more sophisticated. Okay, Brittle Hollow, Brittle Hollow. Alright, let me try let me try this again. F off. Landing camera. It's also dark. I'll get a little bubble there on the right side. I see that now. Ta-da! Okay. Brittle Hollow, Brittle Hollow. Over there. Roll, free look. Oh. I'm gonna land here. Blech. I did it. Yippee! Hi, Snowbug. How are you? I missed it, you. Oh, it's one of those crazy looky rocks. Haha, that's cool. Okay. Also, I should grab my suit. I just left my spaceship without putting my suit on. Like an absolute cretin. Wah. Whoa. I wonder if this is like Majora's Mask where I only have a certain amount of time to get through here before the sun explodes. Beneath your feet lies the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. If you are preparing to make your first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon, ascend the steps to the entrance below. The knowledge held within will help you on your journey. Okay. Oh. Trees are moving. The trees in this grove wander about freely. Entire planet, roots and all. This is not normal, even for this alien planet. I've never seen them move. Is that even possible? If anyone else witnesses this disturbing behavior, I implore you, record your observations here. Either these trees are aberrant or my brain must be. Alarmingly, it isn't only the trees, there is other matter in this area, moving in the same eerie way. That rock is unusual for another reason too. It possesses color and texture I've never seen elsewhere on this planet. Hypothesis? The rock shard's presence is significant. We should study it. See what is causing other nearby objects to also move about this area. These do move. I confess I didn't notice it until I read these notes. Them's note. Jesus. Ugh. Don't scare me like that. Don't last. I know, I'm sorry, baby. Well. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Surface integrity. This looks like all the different planets. Whatever, this isn't even open right now. No, I can't get up there. Large mound of snow. I'll leave this here. Enjoy the cold mid-years. Thank you, sweetheart. I love you. Ugh. It's new. Oh, it's just firing lava chunks. Why? Get me out of this crater. Wait. Wait. Cannot jump very good. You got the DLC? Do I? Probably not. I didn't know there was DLC for this game. Why? DLC? Echoes of the Eye. Oh, no, I do not. Why? Is it important? I don't want spoiling myself. Okay. Oh. Whoa. Jeez. Hello? Oh. Surface integrity. I signal locator. I don't know what that means. South Observatory. Oh boy. What the heck? Oh. Oh, that goes uppy. This goes down. Neat. Okay. This is safe. Absolutely. Elevators. Oh. Be welcomed in this place. Above stands the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. If you are making your first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon, ascend these stairs and obtain the last of the knowledge you need for your journey. Okay. Gravity. He loves gravity. Crossroads. Oh. Why? What? I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Oh. I see. I guess I'll have to take a different path. Uh. I'm getting a little tripped out from. Oh. Signal nearby. Okay. Hello. Oh, you launched. That's great. Good job, you. I guess that means I've been out here a while, huh? Well, this is Riddle Hollow. You probably knew that. Also, history here. What are you doing down here? I'm here to see Hanging City. Always been a dream to see my own four eyes ever since I was a hatchling. And race lived in these solar systems long before our species even existed. How could I not want to see what their civilization was like? Only, you've probably heard the others say it, right? I'm afraid of space. Seriously, I'm more surprised than anybody that I'm out here. You want to know how I even got this far? I fell, tripped over a gravity crystal. It's dumb luck I let it here somewhere. My little scout says it's halfway stable. That I've been stuck into what's below. I've engaged in the stability of the ground around me using little scout. This seems to be the right place for the best surface of integrity. So I'm just gonna stay here until I'm ready to move on. You didn't come over here to listen to me blather, did you? I learned something. Oh cool, what is it? Oh, never mind. Where should I explore here? Where shouldn't you explore here? Not the black hole, actually, that's a very no. Which is unfortunate, because the most exciting stuff is all below the crust, including the Hanging City. That's just to the north. You can kind of see it from here. There's also this big dome in the South Pole called the Southern Observatory. You can inside from the surface. Trust me, I tried. But if it's like the rest of the Nomai structures, there's probably a path to it beneath the crust somewhere. Luck exploring. See you later. Thank you. Thank you. Surface integrity. I wonder what that means. Well, so it'll collapse. Definitely some kind of path I gotta take. Oh dear. That sure is the black hole. Power of quantum knowledge. Indeed, indeed. It's trippy. I don't like looking at it. No, no! I want to go the other way. No. Looks black hole. No, I don't wanna. Whee! Okay, so what do I? How do I get up there? Can't do anything with this. Whoa, whoa, wait, whoa, whoa. That was weird. I don't think I can just fly up there, can I? Broken. My signal locator. I don't really know what to do here. I'm gonna leave. Hypnotizing you. Oh. Bones. Where does it go? Doesn't look like it's connected to do anything. I don't want to like perish like that. Uh. I don't think I trust this. Not a good idea. I'll come back here later. Gulp! Ooh. Huh. This game is all about like discovering and learning about anything and everything you can. Like, I'm sure I'm able to do something? I just don't know what it is. Chippy! Ugh. Have you discovered anything in here? Thank you. Power of quantum knowledge. Ugh. Wow, look at all that stuff. Many things are indeed happening. Ryback has set up camp at the bottom of the crossroads. Their excitement at being surrounded by so much... No, my history is matched only by their terror of a black hole. It's like their little place. You can't get into the observatory from the surface. Probably a path to it beneath the crust somewhere. How does it lead to here? South Pole. Oh. Southern Observatory. Vesker's camp. Harmonica signal. Somewhere on Timberhearth. Name it sounds like Feldspar's harmonica. Feldspar disappeared in space ages ago. Okay. We could check it out. Back on Timberheart. How do we repair the shippy? Log to get a waypoint. Monica signal. Yeah. I don't know how. There we go. We'll just go to the village, I guess. See what happens. Am I able to, like, fix anything? Guess I'll just die. What's over here? Gulp. Oh, chilly. Will they freeze? Will they explode? My son's looking kind of angry. Go. Yeah. Hello. Has anyone observed the phantom moon that sometimes greets us in the night sky? Your thoughts interest me. I compliment your eyes. How do you imagine it disappears? Could it be a shift in the light spectrum? Suppose this moon is too shy to show us its face. I'm interested in your playful moon, but much like its violet friend Hollow's lantern. This moon isn't volcanic. Sometimes it leaves its friend Hollow's lantern for nights at a time. The nights the moon circles the planet appear random, seem to travel as it likes. Imagine if there were 2 volcanic moons. Then I imagine there'd be none of us left. There can exist too much lava. I'd strongly prefer if we test the null hypothesis. Okay. Whatever that means. Look at all these ruins over here. Oof. I love finding stuff. Oh god, there's so much lore. Oh, or wait. Oh, do I gotta put stuff here? Maybe. Hey, buddy. What's that? To our friends on Brittle Hollow. I just warped here from the White Hole Station. On the other side of Brittle Hollow's black hole. Our design worked. We successfully recreated warp travel. I don't know how close it is to Anona's original design, but as long as we've built works, then I'm delighted. I know we could do that wrong. Wait, this can't be corrected. Like, have you seen these readings? If they're accurate, they would violate casualty. There must be an equipment error somewhere. I'm returning to the White Hole Station. If you and Root meet me there, we can run a full diagnostic and hopefully locate the problem. Don't tell them. Can't wait to see the warp tower. Fascinating. Hello? Very cold up here. Hanging city below. Ugh! Cause and effect. I don't get it. That's coming out, but I want to go down. Kind of hard to tell what's up with the sun, I'll be real. Like, do I just need to be in my ship to not die, or is it like... I'm kind of, like, uncertain. This is gonna be a slow playthrough. What? What do you mean? I'm Zorgy, I'm not that smart. Ugh, cold. Wait. Wait. I mean, this is cool though. Like, is there just no way to do such a thing? No way to avoid it? I would just being in my ship. Kind of be like that. ship can totally explode. I know it can explode from all fall damage. Range of the sun's explosion. Oh, do you just have to be like really far out? I guess. Oh. Hello. What's this thing? What's it do? Oh, so it's just kind of connected to whatever that is. What's that? Oh. Oh, it's just kind of doing that on its own. What are you doing? It's spinning. Oh. Let's borrow spare jetpack fuel. It's annoying to schlep across the planet to the ship. I can't use my jetpack, so I'm leaving this here. Burnt marshmallow. God's integrity reading in this place today. Who knows? Feel free to use it. Thank you. Schlep. Is there anything else I could do here? Is that the one we've been at already? What is that? Wing. Lift off! Meow, 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 meow. I'm just looking around. What is that? Take a little gander here. Sure. How do I still don't know how to repair my ship. Ow! Duh. Silly. Did tell you. No, you didn't. Brittle hollow projection stone. Oh. I think that's for the other thing. Or for the other area. Wait. Oop. Oh. 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 Oh, what? What's that? Man, what is all this stuff? So much of it. Trees detected. Trees detected. Uh-oh. Gulp. The sun sneezed. Yeah. Grrr. Dude, I just assume you kind of just perish from that. I don't even know if you can like go far enough away from it. We're so back, chat. Ugh. You know the ship is a death trap, right? Otherwise, I'd be super dead. Really powerful death trap. This is just our life, right? Definitely, definitely. All right, I'll look for the. Ah. Refight checklist. Oh. Not you. Not you. Signal scope. This is fine. That doesn't look fine. Oh, it's more of these ice crystals. You hatchling? Thought you were taking the tin of yours into space today. What are you still doing here? Well, something crashed over the horizon and didn't like what I was seeing in my pictures with the little scout. So I thought I'd come over here myself. Is that a dark bramble seed? Think so? More than I've ever seen on Timberheart before, so you're probably onto something there. Whatever it is, it put down roots in a hurry. I don't like the look of this thing, hatchling, and that's a fact. I think I'll set Marl and Hal loose on it. Best to get rid of this mess sooner than later. No one can remove an unwanted plant faster than a tree keeper. But look at what's inside the seed first, though. You want to set anybody hacking up a potentially dangerous plant. I'll follow that old scout launcher over here. Oh. Ew. That's really, really deep. What the heck? Did a lot of damage when it crashed. I threw a little scout into the seat. You did you? Telling me it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside? It's gonna be a chore to chop up, and no mistake. Let me ever remove a seed that doesn't have the decency to stay the same size all the way through? Maybe I'd better just grab an extra axe or 3 just in case. For real. I wonder if we're supposed to get rid of it somehow. It's kind of like a one-way trip. Well, I'm out here looking for a harmonica. Oh. Oh, that's where it is, huh? Log updated. I guess let's check it out. Ugh. Ooh. Inside the seed. Gross. A seed from Dog Bramble crashed here and has already taken root. Projectile wants to use the scout launcher to get a look at what's inside. Running good music when I aim it at the seed. Much bigger on the inside. There's bigger space filled with fog and thorny vines. You really want me to go in there? Warp. Alright. I don't like it. Ow. Patch suit puncture. Ah! Am I supposed to go in there or what? Ew! Ooh, small. It looks really cool though. It's really cool down there. It's got trees. Got big teeth too. You stuck there, buddy? That's really cool. And spooky. Kinda stuck. The signal says something weird? What do you mean? Duplicate signal. Don't backseat me. I will kill you. I mean, look around. I can't exactly move it. Oh, there's different entrances, yes. You figured this out. Oh. Looks like there's another seed in there, right? What is it? Look down. At what? Am I really just dumb? Telling me this over chat is not away from the seed. Ow. Oh. Oh yeah, look at that. Duplicate signal. Well, mine is here, so I'm gonna have to go over there. Must transport it somewhere else, most likely. No, 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 no. Dark Bramble. We're brambling it. The Brambler Scrambler. Retro rockets. Pew, 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 pew. Oh. Spooky in here. I don't like it. Ugh. Ah. Yeah. Oh, she dies. This is where she dies. What are they supposed to do? Man. Ugh. I wonder if that's important. See that? Yeah. Team had Vor. Yeah, what is it? Is that what Azra said? I bet that is. She said when she played this. Okay, I think I'm gonna call this segment here. This is really cool. I'll definitely check this out again on another stream. But now we're gonna get to another game. I also have to go to the bathroom anyways. That loop. Yes. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna get ready for the next game segment. It does take a while to get used to. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit for sure. That's really cool. I like what they're going for. It's very mysterious and like puzzly, lots of myths and rumors to follow up on. I think good for a first go at it. Did I? I feel like I didn't really do much. You guys are kind of like poking me because I'm very blind and not very smart. So I don't know. But we're gonna be playing Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart next. Don't go nowhere, and I'll be right back. Stop! You just flipped me off the edge! What the frick? Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go! Let's go!
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Third time.
Alright.
We don't activate that yet, hold on.
I
Or-
know
I know, everyone
it's
has to
not
be here.
me.
Well, it's a good thing there'd be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
Alright,
the-
wait, can I wait,
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm
I
actually
don't
gonna
have marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay, there are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat you know what, I'm gonna fucking eat
I
Witch.
lagged.
I gotta eat somebody! Give me a marshmallow or I'm gonna die!
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ! I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
Ah, Slender baby!
Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Shit!
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him! Grab him!
Shit!
Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys.
Yeah.
That was terrible. What the heck? You're gonna fire me, at least do it right. Ah! Putting you in the blender.
Wait.
Yay! Let's put it back into the card.
I can't.
No.
Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh!
I saved.
Ow. Owie. Why do these things do knockback too? Here, I'm just gonna put the controller down. Check this out. That's really cool. What the actual fuck?
Was it enough? Did you try harder?
Oh my god! The fish came out of
I
nowhere!
was aiming for you, Robin.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Fighting someone after eating a bunch of mints. Bye!
So like you feel a lot more flavors of actual things inside of the cake, like like berries, chocolate, all of that stuff.
I'm gonna like pick you up by your ears and dip you in like the canister of frosting and then close the lid.
Really? Really?
Times I've tried to punch someone and then the
No,
momentum
no,
just sent me off
you
the edge.
evil bitch!
Yeah.
You're my friend! You're my friend now!
Oh, Trinity, okay.
Alright,
It's on.
I'm out of here.
Damn, why?
That was
you
pretty
have against
good.
Moogles? Damn it!
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa! Wow! I'm gonna leave. I don't want to anymore.
Ah,
Fake funny. Damn. Fuck.
it's okay, birds aren't real either.
Oh my god. Oh, what was you alive?
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown! Duck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All three of them got wiped. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! Ah! They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Oh. You just flipped me up? What? Hello. I'm back. Oh, what? What? It crashed already. What? What? Okay. Give me a minute. You sort of got it. Yeah, I got it eventually. That's kind of hard to see sometimes. Right, please. No, no cre. Listen, I kind of just wanted to play this game because Lombaxes are cute. is that so bad of a reason? Kind of hard to be moth sometimes. Yeah. It may be it may be crashing. Ruh-roh. I might have to mess with some settings. Or no. Fuck. Hard to be moth sometimes. Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna continue to BRB and see if I can fucking fix this. I don't know what's going on.
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah.
Please, no, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! What the heck? You're gonna fire me, at least do it right. Ah! Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh!
I see.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you,
Hold on, come here for a sec. Okay, I guess I got it. Kinda hard to tell. I just changed around more graphic settings. But at least I'm able to, not crash it. Okay, so this is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I never really grew up with the series, but my one of my friends had a Deadlock, which I actually played earlier this year. Oh it's lagging my model as I kind of expected it would. Fuck. Okay, one more time. Yeah, I never really got into the game. Or at least the proper game, because I know Deadlocked was a bit of a different one from the main series. But I had a good time with it. I haven't been like super big into the series or anything. But I appreciate it. And I think it's pretty cool. So why not get into one of the modern games? Also, I think the graphics are good and they look very fluffy, and I think that's pretty cool. Game was the first I 100%. Oh yeah? Come on. There we go. I don't know how intensive this game is. I know it was kind of revolutionary for the PlayStation 4 at the time, right? But difficulty. Heroes cannot die during combat. More experienced players. Aliens. Kinda cute. I'm an average kind of gal. Settings. Subtitles. On. Yep. Yeah. Audio. Why do they always have the audio at like max? Speech volume. Kind of quiet now, actually. I want it too quiet. Home theater. My headphones. Controller. Vibration. Yep. Oh. I mean, it's running like 60 FPS. Half refresh rate. Low latency. I don't know. Resolution scaling. Our frame rate does not include any generated frames. I don't know what that means. I'd be okay with just having 60 FPS. I don't know why it won't let me change it though. Okay. Video game. Stable tutorials. Weapon wheel. Fire mode. Blah 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 blah. HUD. I will not connect to PlayStation. Let's play this for a little bit. Let's see what happens. I remember seeing trailers of this game and I thought it looked pretty good.
Members of the Resistance, report
Let me know how the audio and game looks.
facility immediately. We promise nothing nefarious will befall.
There's a lot of aliens in this game.
Resistance members, report to the VIP section of your nearest intake facility for compulsory behavioral modification. It will be fun.
This will be fun.
Your suit seems to be working nicely, blending right in.
It's a robot suit.
There is the assistant, and there is the infobot.
We're kind of short. Why you just steal them and run like that?
Masterful work. Now get out of there and decrypt that thing.
What? You just stole a little friend. I think this game always had kind of neat designs, huh?
Go. Your ship is up ahead. Where are you going?
Angry. Rivet, my beloved. She's so good. Yeah. Boop.
Hey, it's okay. See?
Hi.
Just me.
She's so fluffy. Hi.
Gotta go. Here, it'll help you get home. I designed it to be one size fits all, so it should. Thank you.
Yay. I just kind of wanted to play as Rivet. I'll be real. She's so cute. Don't you really need that helmet?
Don't you think it's weird to throw a celebration for us? I mean, we haven't done anything heroic in years.
Is that a jab at they haven't had a game in a while?
We are washed up.
Oh no!
Luckily, we will not need to perform any heroics. Unless you count smiling and waving.
Right.
How can she show her cuteness with a helmet? What do you mean? I mean, even with the helmet on, you can still show plenty of expression. Isn't that a Power Ranger thing? Oh no, the balloons. No. I've been wanting to play the remastered Ratchet and Clank game for the PlayStation 3 just to like experience the first game. Just cause I don't really have the nostalgia for other games, so it's like if there's a newer version that's better than the older one, or like either has quality of life improvements, it just looks better and more modern. It's like why not play that one? I don't have nostalgia for the original. I mean, I could still probably check it out anyway, but you know what I mean. Yippee!
Wow, haven't seen these guys in ages.
Hello. Like the Crash remake, yeah. Or Spyro, all the remakes. Like, this is why they make remakes.
And ending with a surprise gift from Clank to Ratchet.
What?
Oh dear. Must he tell the entire galaxy?
A surprise.
A gift? For what?
Oh, you will see. It is awaiting us at the front of the parade route.
Well, we better get moving then.
Who voices Ratchet in this game? It sounds kind of familiar. Oh, crunchy. What's that? Yay! Pew! I feel like I should know all this because I haven't played any of the other ones, but maybe you don't really need to. It's a quick history recap, I guess. Oh, the graphics are bugging. Oh, look at all those beans. Woo! I just wanted to play a game where I get to be a furry creature. Left trigger. Boop. Nice. This is kind of a neat, like, tutorial, but also history lesson. Much ammo crates. Ammo for me as a treat.
Hey, I think I found the bomb back.
Nuh-uh.
Ratchet, I do not believe this is part of the show.
Oh. I think my controller's starting to get a little crunchy. Like, I have a PlayStation 5 controller, and when I push down the triggers, and then there's like always a click at the bottom. Am I crazy? Maybe I'll just press it a bit softer.
Someone put a bounty on us?
No way! Grind rails. Probably just the haptics.
Hurry, we must get to the front of the parade
Maybe?
route.
Oh dear, activating Magna Boots!
Pew 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 pew!
So much for smiling and waving, huh?
Bet the blogs are behind.
Yeah, he sounds really familiar.
Or
Oriole buildup?
Dr. Nefarious.
No way! Nefarious has been retired longer than we have.
Oh, we're retired. Meow, meow. Ah! God, their models look so good. I just gotta say that. Phew. I wonder if I can do a dodge roll. I don't think I had this problem earlier. Ooh. Going crazy. Advanced vibration. Adaptive triggers? Oh, feel vibration and resistance on left and action of the game. Really? No, I don't. I've always been there? Huh. DualSense. I have no idea, honestly. I've never played a game that's had it because I think it's like a PlayStation thing. Maybe I just never noticed. Oh, the right. Camera sensitivity. Yup. Yep. How well received was this game, I wonder? Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Grow up. God, this voice sounds so familiar. Probably from like a bunch of anime. See ya.
A little rusty, but not too bad.
Oh, it's like on the tip of my tongue. Oh, it sounds so familiar. I could try the functional stable vibration. It'll probably come to me later.
Whose kind is lost in another dimension will receive a mysterious gift from Clay.
Meow?
I had a speech prepared, but considering that our event seems to be under assault, I will cut to the chase. Ratchet, I do not know where I would be without you. You are my closest friend, my teammate, and you have given up a lot to... I have repaired the Dimensionator, so you can travel through dimensions and find your family.
Oh.
No.
Has that always been a thing?
What? Dr. Nefarious?
Ratchet and Clank! What a wonderful surprise!
Hello!
I didn't expect to see you here. Considering my goons were meant to annihilate you 8 minutes ago.
Oh, what do you want, Nefarious?
Yes.
Purple always means evil. Every 3D platformer's gotta have their different main antagonist villain. Like Dr. Wily, Eggman. What did you do? I'm also bad with names. I'm more trying to think of what else I'm knowing his voice from. No, the balloons. The beluganas. Go, 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 go.
We have to get the Dimensionator away from Dr. Nefarious.
Yes, and quickly. Whatever he has
Something like that.
planned, it cannot be good.
Especially with a dimension altering device. Duh. This already plays pretty good.
You're still here? Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be?
Killing you. Kills you killingly. Oh, yeah, Johnny Test does sound familiar. Ow.
I should have known Nefarious would try something like this.
Don't beat yourself up. This'll be just like old times. Come on. It looks like Nefarious landed somewhere near the train station. Go, Mrs. Zircon. We should grab a weapon.
Need a weapon? Mrs. Zircon has it all.
Weapon. How many weapons? Up your arsenal. Compare weapons. Press the overview. Ow, ow, ow.
Hey, you know what is better than watching explosives? Throwing them with your bare freaking hands. Pull the
Grenade.
fire trigger halfway to visualize your aim. Or if you are in a hurry, pull it all the way to let them fly.
Is this an automated the voice actor of Invader Zim? Shutter bomb, enforcer. Oh. First pistol. Dang it, Nova. I'll just do that now.
You can pull the fire trigger halfway to shoot
Ew.
one barrel. And if you are feeling confident, pull it all the way to shoot both. Boom!
Yay! Sorry, I'm doing like lots of things at once. 9. 10. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna turn the AC on. Well, okay. I did it, but now I'm also very warm and sweaty. I'm probably gonna go with the grenade.
Excellent choice.
Check for new weapons later. Okay.
Goons, incoming!
I do kind of like their designs. Half throw, full throw. Ugh. Can I run? A little bit. Select weapon. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Pew pew pew! That's pretty fun.
Last one!
Ammo crates. Please. Please. All good. Yeah, I guess grenades are better for AoE. Where? A little. What are they just doing there?
Put down the Dimensionator, Nefarious.
Put down the Dimensionator. Yeah, right. Today, you will see what losing feels like. Spoiler, it's exhausting.
He's tired.
Figure out these stupid
coordinates.
I'm just gonna stand there. Oh. Blowing it up. Uh-oh. Oh, you're killing everything. Oh no.
What just happened?
We may have a slight problem.
What'd you do? What'd you make?
The bridge is shot. There has to be another way across.
The rifts are reacting to the face quartz in your glove.
That the little
Pointing
little
it at
buddy.
one of them.
Ooh.
This is definitely gonna come in handy.
For what? Why? Oh, you're just teleporting from one rifty thing to another. Okay. Got it. It's pretty obvious. Ah! Where? She's already lost. Zoop. Oh, hello.
I wonder how much Nefarious is paying these guys.
Not nearly enough.
Not enough. Yeah. If at all. Where does he get all of his funds from? Dude, I'm so good at this. And then they just disintegrate. Oh, there's so much goodies. It's a little satisfying grabbing all of the money. Ah, so many little particles. PlayStation is pretty good at particles, and a lot of them.
Whoa, watch your head. This is worse than I had imagined.
Ah. Okay. I guess they'll just become plant.
Sand sharks from above.
Maybe I shouldn't fight them. They could just be infinite for all I know. And I don't. I don't know a lot of things. You know, travel. Yeah, exactly. Uh-oh.
Or at least a very large octopus.
Very large. What, are you an unbeliever of the mythical? Are you a man of science, my friend? Yeah. Dimension science.
We've gotta find a way up there.
The taxi's leaving from that.
Yeah, he definitely. The voice does give me Johnny Test now, doesn't it?
Hey, when did you rebuild the Dimensionator?
I have hobbies, and I know that finding the Lombax
Woo!
has always been important to you.
Yeah.
I thought perhaps we could go together.
Wow, that's really thoughtful. But why don't we get it back from Nefarious first?
We'll talk about it later. That is very nice of him. Thank you. The Lombax side says. A bonus!
Yeah, but like, my guy got dragged through a hole in the ceiling by a crack.
Job's pretty dangerous.
Hey, bro.
But, yeah.
This wasn't in the contract.
I cannot believe this.
Calm down, bro.
From the, yeah, they do kind of give off dude bro energy. That's like the tough goons. Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you. Why? Wait, oh, is the timeout drawing not working? Huh? What? Oh. Was I in the... No, she's in the jar. No, I had no idea. Ow! God damn it. This is good. It's been a while since I played like a good 3D platformer like this.
These rifts are getting out of hand. Nefarious is in way over his head. What is that? Whoa! Hey!
Different dimensions. I mean, they probably want me to get all of them. Every weapon ever. Thank you. Thank you. Is that a shotgun?
Did Dr. Nefarious really resurface after all these years just to try and take over the universe again?
Yeah, I kind of wish he was doing a worse job.
Why? What? Is he actually doing a good job right now? Are you jealous? A little upset that it's this much chaos? Is he a bad villain? I don't know. I don't know why or what he does. Normal villain things, I guess. Pew, 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 pew. I like the boxes. He loses a lot. Yeah. I mean, he's got that Dr. Eggman energy, doesn't he? Except more violence. Wah!
Nice work, Ratchet.
Couldn't have done it without you, pal.
Yay!
Now let's get to Nefarious.
These goons are useless. This is what I get for giving my assistant paid paternity.
Quickly, we cannot let Nefarious overuse the Dimensionator. We
Ow.
must lower his defenses.
Double shot. Okay. Ow. Sorry.
Take that, Nefarious.
No, no, no. It moves too fast. I can't do much. I gotta run faster? I don't know.
Defenses are weakening.
See? What do I do? Even if it told me to double jump and that still doesn't do much.
Toads are so unpleasant.
Unpleasant and icky. A little healing would be nice, actually. Oh yeah, maybe I could use the rifts to get out of there. I don't know. Blah.
Yes, run from me.
Woo, woo.
Oh dear, he is targeting us.
Yeah. Killing you. Ah. Where are any ammo crates? Those flowers.
Amoeboids. Where did Nefarious find these?
Today my ultimate plan will come to fruition. It is perfect, flawless, and nothing will stop me.
How many times have we heard that?
Probably around
80.
80. It doesn't matter. Today will be the last time.
It is cool whenever, like, you've been... Ugh! Oh, I tried teleporting. It didn't work. Like, when you play a franchise for so long... Ow. And the bad guy always loses. But I like it whenever, every once in a while, they make a game where the bad guy actually wins. And I always kind of like that. Like, oh shit, alright. Alright, we're mixing it up, are we? Ow. Out of Shatterbomb Elmo. Ammo. Elmo? Ah. Oh, come on, man. Why? What the fuck? Why do I die to the first boss?
Quickly, we cannot let Nefarious
Why does that happen? I don't know how to dodge that. That's stupid.
lower his defenses.
Yeah, I know. Alright, leave me alone.
Nefarious,
I'll just stay closer to the players or something. Whatever, who cares?
defenses are weakening. Toads are so unpleasant.
I do like this though. This is cool. It's been a while since I've seen a good, like kind of AAA 3D platformer. Even though this is like an 8-year-old game by now, I think. Deal with the bad guy being so incompetent. I mean, yes, but it's also not entirely his doing. I guess.
Amoeboids. Where did Nefarious find these?
Out. Out.
How many times have we heard that?
Probably around 80. No, it doesn't matter. Today,
Am I winning? Am I winning yet?
time.
Ow. Blow up! Blow up! Yeah!
You think a crushing defeat is all it takes to stop me?
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Again! We're going to a dimension where I always win, so you can finally know how it feels.
That's not a bad idea. Bye. Uh-oh.
The dimensions are weakening considerably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is in the trailers that I've seen. Whee! Yeah, this is like the PlayStation 4 demo or something.
Well, it is certainly not good.
At least a couple.
Where are we? It's me.
Ah! The screamer. Ah! Ah!
We've been boarded.
Oh my god. Woo! Hi. Turkey. Just make them always win.
Did I do it? Oh, what is this? What's with all the neon?
This is the part where you lose.
Ratchet, the dimension ate her.
Oh. Uh-oh. And then they blow up. Uh-oh. Oh, ow.
Dimensionator. It... What have I done?
What have you done?
Who are you?
Someone with a lot of questions. Let's go for a ride.
You're you're mine now. What?
I have to find my friend.
Why? What? You can't just do that. Stolen?
It's me? It's me! It worked! It worked! I am the winner!
Got tons of fan art once.
Darius, you have returned
In the reveal trailer. Yeah! Yes. He's a bit of a big goober, isn't he? Yippee! Ah! Women are very hot, pretty, and hot. But Rivet is hot. You can't deny that. I mean, Ratchet's pretty hot too. Like, come on. Do I gotta spell it out for you? This is what we're here for. We're here to see the fluffy creatures shooting the shit out of stuff.
Clank? Clank? A Lombax? What is this place?
Rivet is wife material. Yeah. Get separated in Nefarious City.
Maybe someone around here has seen him.
Oh, well? Sleeper. Broke it. Whereas one where both Ratchet and Rivet's appeal. But yeah. I also like the fan theory that Rivet's trans because I think it's only male Lombaxes that have tails. So I've heard.
Gray robot anywhere? Green eyes, red antenna, very charming.
Sorry, all the charming robots I know have blue eyes.
Oh, okay. In lore, yeah. It's a good theory. Well? The eventual explanation was, who cares? They forgot. Did they actually forget? Like, I assume they just forgot. Because trans rep is not that big of a thing. Especially, like, even for AAA corporations like that. They don't care about trans people. So yeah, they probably just forgot. And it's not actually trans representation, but fuck you! Trans rights. In the game. Yeah, I forget her name, but she was really pretty too.
Welcome to the Nefarious City Bazaar. Please remember to thank our marvelous Emperor before, during, and after making your purchase.
Emperor? Does that mean there are two Nefariouses now?
Nefarious Eye.
Clank first, Nefarious later. Maybe he's in this bazaar.
I don't know. Definitely a really cool, like, cyberpunk future setting. Hello?
Wait a second.
You forgot your order. Well, come right in.
What?
Miss Zircon will sell you weapons, but you gotta be less conspicuous, or the resistance will not last.
The Resistance?
Wink.
sugar. Ms. Zircon is still new to all of this espionage.
Release the hostage.
Oh.
Clank!
Oh. Ow. Oh.
I need to go after that ship. How can I get off planet?
It's a test. Only royal starships are allowed to leave. Anything else? No. Phantom can help. Just follow the
Haha, Lombax, yeah.
and you will find him.
Club Nefarious, got it. Oh, and nice work, Secret Agent Zircon.
Thank you.
It's so exciting.
What's Club Nefarious gonna sound like?
Oh boy. Both Planet collectibles and other plans of interest will be revealed. Okay. Cool. UI is pretty nice. Very clicky. Armor. Oh. In Pocket Dimensions, exploring planets, completing optional content. Awesome. Oh. Oh. I love oh, the Dread Zone armor. Yo! That's cool. I like that a lot. New contestants. That's cool! Clank. Become Clank. No! I don't want to do that. Quest. And you throw a robot. I do like the Dreadlock armor. Deadlock armor, whatever. Earn armor pieces and gain permanent stat boosts. Yeah! That's fun, I like that. Collectibles. Bolts, weapons, gadgets, gallery. Cool. That's really neat. I like that. How does a helmet still have ear jiggle physics? What does that mean? Review objective. This way. Got.
Dr. Nefarious? So what happened to the real Emperor?
What happened? Those are like Sonic TVs.
That sounds like a club, all right.
Hello. That almost sounded like Claptrap. Oh. This is all robots.
Hi, yeah, are you the Phantom?
Fluffy! Phantom. Oh. What?
Can't believe first mission in forever and my cover's blown.
Oh, oh. Ah.
Is Skid?
I don't know them. Are they? Is it like? I guess like. Are they parallel dimensions?
Better take care of these guys, or they'll go after Phantom too. That had to be Phantom, right? Mysterious dude in a hollow guy. That had to be Phantom.
totally different timelines. Yeah.
I'm Ratchet. I heard you were. No names. You gotta be smarter than that if you want to join the resistance, new guy. Why does everyone think I'm with the resistance?
Whatever that means. Blah 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 blah. I do feel cool right now, doing all the bobbing and weaving. Yeah. Oh. Yep. See ya. What? Why not? Ow! What the? Killing you. Thank you.
There has to be something around here I can use to reach Phantom.
I wonder. Oh. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Will you please stop running? Is this some kind of test? It is, isn't it?
It is. Dude, I can absolutely hear Johnny Test now. Yeah, I can't unhear it. Sorry, I'm not good with like voice actor names. I just kind of know the characters they played.
There he is! The football from the club!
Who, me?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'll handle this, Phantom. You just get to safety.
Another resistance member! Oh, I will make the Emperor!
Oh, oh. Blow up. Ow. This is good. I love me some nice combat. It feels good, yeah.
Nice work, new guy. Thanks.
Thanks.
What is this? Some kind of secret handshake? Hey!
What?
What do I do with it?
What?
All right, new guy. Try out your Phantom Dash.
Phantom Dash?
Enemy can't catch.
That's such a video game phrase. How they just use it in universe. Nice.
Jump and Phantom Dash. Club handles the rest.
Pew! I do like the after image.
Don't be scared. Use the glove to run along those panels. You want to go even further? Jump and Phantom Dash.
Back when video games had all of their in-game characters be the tutorial for you.
I need a Royal Starship to find my friend. I heard you know where to get one.
It's not safe here. Just stay close.
Neat. What are these crystals? They're so shiny. Raritanium.
Can you get a Royal Starship or not?
Lombaxes. You are just as stubborn as she is.
What?
You know that other Lombax? Where did she go?
Sargasso. She always goes there after a mission.
Sargasso.
Ugh. It is very fascinating.
I'll make you a deal. You see that blimp?
Yeah.
You help me take control of it, and I'll help you get into Nefarious Tower. It's the only place in the city you're gonna find a Royal Starship.
What's so special about the blimp?
Just find your way up to that rooftop. I gotta grab my gear. I'll meet you up there.
Alright. Well, I guess it was easier than UI stuff for it. Yeah, but I mean, it's a good, like, throwback to the older games. Oops. I did a slam instead of a
How
throw.
do I get to that rooftop? I'm coming, Clank.
What?
Just hang on.
There we go. Because, you know, it's been a long time since the last Ratchet and Clank game, so. Yeah. Trying to flip me? Oh. They're a little bit silly. Oh, oh, thank you. Thank you. Nope. None of your concern. Blowing you up. Ah, there's so many buttons to remember. Hi. In your pockets. Thank you. Upgrade tab. Ooh. Upgrades improve your maximum ammo, fire rate, and much more. Oh. It's upgrade connected to the start point. Oh, okay. Increase max ammo. Yeah. Purchase the upgrade. Gold cell clusters contain special upgrades. Purchase all upgrades to connect to a gold cell cluster to unlock them.
Upgrading your loadout is not hard, as long as you've got the rare
Okay. So it wants me to redeem all the ones around it for this to activate? Yeah, rapid fire shots are more accurate. Interesting. I mean, I do have quite a few, don't I? Yeah, rapid fire shots are more accurate. That's it.
See? Why settle for a good weapon when you can make it magnificent?
Whoa, that's a lot of upgrades. Holy cow. First pistol. Wait, what? Okay, wait, okay. Hit the heads to do bonus damage. Wait, where was the one I just saw? What did I, like, just upgrade? Am I silly? Pistol, shatter bomb. Maybe it was just a tutorial. I don't know. Honestly. Upgrade one of your own weapons. Oh, I think that was just a tutorial. Oh yeah, okay. Let's check around. I'm gonna fire that with an answer. This ammo picked up from crates. They're much faster. High fire rate. Max ammo. I kinda want max ammo.
Always worth the cost to keep your weapons in tip-top shape.
At a large rate. More max ammo for this one in particular. Enforcer. I mean, I'm most likely just gonna be using this the most. Okay. Max ammo. Ammo's gonna be good for this, so you won't have to break many crates. Rapid fire mode. It has different modes. Max ammo. Accurate. Yep. Yeah.
Is a popular one.
Thank you. Enforcer. Increase area of effect. Got to go farther. Increase ammo pickup. Lovely.
Already made that
Really? Oh. Health. Attack your enemy so hard that they may forget you even exist and focus entirely on him. What? Mr. Fun Guy. Negatron Collider. Ugh. Target and blocks your shots. Hate no longer. Heh. I'll be good with these for the time being.
Secret Agent Zircon?
Trinity! Ba, 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 ba. Hi! Welcome in! Hello! For those who don't know me, I'm Robin Sashiko, the alchemist who's here to make your day a little bit more magical. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. I'm currently celebrating my 4th year of streaming. I did a bunch of party games yesterday, and today I'm checking out a bunch of new games that I've never played before. Right now, I just played Outer Wilds, and now I'm playing Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and it's pretty good so far. How are you? How is the possum? Big possum raid. I'm gonna give you lots of pets and swishes. Resonance of Fate. How was it? You have fun? Yeah, feel free to go take care of yourself. Get a drink, get a snack, and feel free to hang out here for a little while. My VTuber model's a little laggy. My graphics card is not super strong. Don't know how to lock the settings to 60. That'd be great. Auto. Yeah, I don't know how to refresh rate. No. Gonna stretch, might come back in a few. Okay. Need dinner sorted out. I get that. Me too. Yeah, feel free to hang out here for a little while. This game's really nice looking. Pretty fun so far. It's been nice. I had a really nice time with all my friends yesterday. And today is more of a chillax kind of day.
Impressive. Wait, you can see me? Where are you? You got my starship ready?
Lieutenant, don't you worry. I just need you to help me with one last threat. The nefarious Day Spa. If you can distract
Day Spa?
I'll hack Nefarious's propaganda blip.
Why do robots need a spa? Oh, this looks dangerous, huh?
Looks easy enough. I do so enjoy a scalding hot oil bath.
If what? If not what? Can I just like sneak over there? Maybe not. Maybe not. Ruh-roh. Just like real life. They're so small and squishable. Like me! Get away from me. I don't even know what counts as a head for robots. Oh. Yeah, I feel very cool playing this. Ow. until I get squirmed. Are you done yet? Oh, there's so many. Whoa. I'm like leaning in my seat a little bit. Yeah.
Finally, Nefarious Tower, here I come.
Wow, where'd you learn how to go?
Do you think they'll ever realize that they're like the parallels of each other?
Deal's a deal. That's Glitch. She'll help you get onto the Emperor's private shuttle to the tower. Access console
Okay.
in that huge statue of Nefarious in the center of the city. Just hook her up, and she'll handle the rest.
What are you doing?
Tearing this whole rotten world down from the inside.
Huh?
Stay strong, brother!
Oh. Why?
How do you expect me to get to the bazaar from here?
I guess be awesome. It looks a little electrified. Let me fix that a little bit. Wee.
That'll work.
Oh yeah, that'll do. I haven't missed anything, have I? Oh. Oh yeah, you can see all that, can't you? Nice.
All right. All I gotta do now, whoa, this is fast, is head to the statue, use Glitch, get a starship, and then find Clank on Sargasso.
Easy.
I'm on my way, buddy. Just hang in there for a little bit longer.
Whee!
Hey, Sugar! Something I forgot to mention earlier.
What?
Spybot in the factory for our resistance brand. Maybe you could pick it up.
Resistance Spybot?
Mare?
Useful. Could be.
You want to bring the party to every fight? Mr. Fun Guy is the weapon for you.
What is it? Is it like a little CPU AI thing, maybe? Yeah.
Throw him out and he will strike your enemies so hard they will have to deal with his antics. Which
He loves it.
time for you to join in on the fun.
Need a beam that will not quit? Check out the Negatron Collider to tear through whatever you put in
Now,
front of
where's that statue again?
it. Well, you can.
I'd prefer this big old chonker of a thing. Yeah. Megatron Trat. Duration of a fully charged beam. Charge faster.
You will be missed, sweet thing.
The Emperor wants you to know that he sees you always. Also, attempts to evade
Oh. Crazy. That's fun. Hi, Ozzy. Hi.
Do not fear that sensation of cold.
You break it, you buy it.
I'm broke now. Thank you. I want to get all of these that I can. Thank you. Meow, meow. Directions are not my strong suit. This way? Yeah. Watching Clank? Yeah. Watching Clank ripped apart. I don't remember when this game came out. It must have been like 2019, 2020 or something. When the PS4 was coming out. This way. What's in there? There's still a couple of Nancy robots in here. Upgrade crystals, my beloved. And then over here. Over there. I really like this environment and the world that they built here. Very, very shiny and future, cyberpunk-esque. I don't know. I like it. My controller's vibrating. This really does have a lot of haptic feedback, doesn't it? Oh, it gets so. The vibrations are stronger when I'm in here. Wait. Optional objective. Let's do that.
Take comfort in knowing the Emperor rules all from his glorious tower. And remember, he's watching.
Just like Santa. Over here? Oh. Free stuff! I love free stuff. Where? Maybe it's up there. What's the optional objective? Oh. Boots. Sweet. Hello. Oh, look at that. Okay. We love a little side objectives. Pads out the game more nicely. I can't go in there, surely. Ooh. Let me in? Maybe? No. I may be silly. Go off the other way. Maybe this way. Possibly. 10, 20, 75% chance.
I have been saving. Excuse me, but resistance is not permitted.
Aw, why?
Watch for burst fire.
Yeah, this gameplay feels pretty tight. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Spybot. But you love it. It's your favorite.
I better head to the loading platform fast.
What? Dang it. Little riff-raffs everywhere. I definitely want to stream more of this. I wanted to stream this game I think last year, but I never got around to it. Oh, little bubbles. Hi. Hi. Looks like it. Yup. Yup. Much like a factory worker. Is your work done yet? The no.
Oh no. Better keep moving.
I like a game that can make me giggle. Or chuckle.
A lesser being in need of re-education.
Oh, me? Surely you don't mean me.
Spybot must have Omega level secrets inside of it or something if everyone's going after it.
Oh. Yeah, I should... maybe I should go get that.
The loading platform must be just ahead.
Mandatory 23-hour shift policy. Production is up to 100%.
Yeah. Oh, all that up there. Oh, I probably could have made that. Gulp! Uh-oh! I didn't want to jump into it.
The loading platform must be just ahead.
I made a mistake. Ah! Oh, I see. Yeah! Give me that! Oh, they're so shiny! So shiny and clean! I should go get the other stuff before I forget about it. Yeah, this does kind of bring out the collector energy in me. Because if it's just there, why wouldn't I want to get it? Woo! They're shiny. Got a gold bolt. Yippee! They unlock rewards. What kind of rewards? Wrench skins. Oh. Oh. Bubblegum. Yeah! That's cute. I like that. I love little like stupid features like that. They don't do nothing, but I like them. And I want to collect more to get more stupid stuff. That's just how video games work. Now I have a really colorful wrench. Oh, it's so cute. Wrench skins. Spybots, Lorbs. Gold. Bubblegum. Every day. Back to the other floor. Please don't disintegrate. Eee.
Your freedom is
What was that? I wasn't listening. I didn't mean to blow him up, but I'm kind of glad I did. Yeah, yeah. Shoot it. Yeah. Yeah.
My bot is here. Eliminate all trespassers with appropriate
Level up. What does leveling it up do? It's upgrades and level ups are very different, I believe. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Let me use the new gun, actually. Whoa! Removing you from this world.
That's my bot's mine.
What, this little guy? Oh. Oh, they're the other collectible, I think. A secret weapon? Ooh. I love secret weapons. Oh, good. I missed some gems already. Ah. You really gotta clear it out, don't you? Alright, let's go back in. Just real quick. It'll be great. It'll be fine. Ah. Meow.
Now where's that statue again?
Don't worry about it. We'll get there later. It's okay. I'm very quick at video games. Ah. Oh, it worked. Nice. Make it quick. It'll be fine. Hi, thank you. Ow. They do look very shiny and crunchy, don't they? Camera, please. That's some nice traversal tools, honestly. Woo. Oh, thank you. There we go. Ow. Okay, you good? Anything else I may be missing? Okay. Not really. Can I make that? Guff! I got it. Yeah. Oh. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm done with you. Let's get a move on here. If everyone upgrades, we'll upgrade elsewhere. You can never stop me.
Aha! That has to be the access console.
I guess so. Who, me?
Where did you even come from?
Ugh! Where did you come from? Uh-oh. fuck.
What the?
What'd I do?
Oh, wow.
What did I do? What? Oh, this is part of the fight.
You have survived the journey. Now die.
You must die.
The Emperor will hear of this.
Sure, mate. What?
Not again.
Ooh,
At least it was a round trip. Come on.
Trying to destroy you as fast as I can. I have you now.
Almost there.
Need more ammo.
More ammo. How about we just delete him? Like this. It worked.
Now I can finally plug
Even if I got bonked.
access console.
Yeah. Ta-da! Thank you, thank you. Are there two? This one's a little flaky. Up here.
Yeah, hi. You must be Glitch. I'm Ratchet.
Hi.
Sorry
What?
about the jostling around earlier. Things aren't exactly going well, and actually, I think you're the only one who can help me right now. Thanks.
Yay! Kinda cute. Oh.
Seems like a nice guy.
Oh!
Probably just have to delete some files, and then he'll be
Whoa!
set.
This is neat! What's this little game? This little buddy. Oh! This is cute! Game within a game. Oh my god, she's adorable. Aw, she's a dork.
Try to take out the rest now. What's with the capsule? Did a virus make that?
I wonder who voices her. I love her. Wee. Ah! Removing viruses.
My electro guns aren't working on that nest. I gotta try. I did it. Oh man, I really wow. Anyway, looks like the computer is back online.
I love the little antivirus spider robot. It's so cute.
You did it, Glitch!
Yay! Happy, happy.
Welcome back, your most majestic majesty.
Here we go.
Wow. Hello.
Warbots, 5 planet-destroying cannons, and a surveillance state covering the entire city. If only that blasted Dimensionator still worked.
Clank.
Huh?
Shh, shh.
After him! No!
don't know how to fly that.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Welcome, oh master of us all. Password, please.
Pamsword.
Why do I need a password? I'm the Emperor. How about I obliterate you instead? Ha 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 ha!
What? Why would you just leave that there? If it wasn't for you meddling kids. This is it. This is really neat. Look at that Star Wars ass transition.
This Dimensionator was stolen by Dr. Nefarious, who used it to bring you here? Now you just have to find your friend, who is also miraculously a Lombax, to save the day.
And get home.
You must seriously think I'm an idiot.
A little.
Look, as real as I'm sure this Dr. Nefarious is, this has the Emperor written all over it.
Help! We under attack! Anyone?
Mort? What's going on?
Oh,
What?
dear.
Brace for impact!
Oh.
You don't have another arm for that.
What do you think I'm doing? Ah!
She's a little hot-headed, isn't she? We love our tough girls.
Where are you taking me?
I was gonna take you to my hideout, but first I gotta rescue my friends at their gelatonium factory.
Alright. Oh man. I want to keep going. This feels like a good, like, next session. More or less. Oh, bugs. Ow. Frogs. Bugs. Are those robot bugs? Juniopolis. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, she just has it already. Why do I just already have whatever she has? Parallel dimensions and all that. Maybe she just kind of got it on the way. She got it there. Look at all these goopy pods. I'll just play this a little bit longer.
Great! There's a seekerpede right over my hideout. I haven't been out this far in a while. But a lot of swamp acid between here and the Mortz's gelatonium factory.
Those beetles appear to have no issue with the acidic swamp water.
Speedles, yeah. That's why I'm gonna ride one. Soon as I can get close enough.
Hello?
This wasn't what was in my account last time.
Oh, that is because I added our mutual friend on Nefarious City.
What?
Okay.
What does that mean?
Treat yourself to an upgrade. You earned it.
I guess we're sharing an account, maybe. I don't know. That's silly. Me and my burst pistol. Lighter. The charge beam. I can get all these. It's not that expensive. Boop, boop, boop.
Bless your heart. You already own that one.
Is it? That can't be it. Maybe. Oh, maybe it's as we level it up. I can see that. Increase ammo pickup. Let's travel faster. Quite a lot here, isn't there? Meh.
Now that is gonna pack a punch.
Pack a punch. This isn't COD Zombies. Not yet.
Level this bad gal up for access to more upgrades.
Enforcing you. Yeah, I guess it's as you level up, you get more spots to put into upgrades. I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Let's go farther. Yup. Shatter bomb. Higher rate. Well, it's not like I have that much ammo anyway. Much faster. Area of effect. Yup.
Ooh, now look at that.
Increase ammo. Okay. I'll...
Sorry, no open sales here.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Topiary sprinkler. Bugs! Those are bugguses. Man, this game's pretty. Graphics are really good. Oh! The silly snails. Go, be free. Yeah. I'm okay beating you up. Hat. Oh, hello. It makes me wonder about something, actually. I keep thinking about the DualSense, like, controller locking thing. I don't think that would work on the Switch controller. The Pro controller.
Where's that speedle going?
It appears some dimensional distortion is emanating from that cave.
From that thing. I don't think I have one of those little crystally dews.
And the last speedle runs into that rift thingy.
Interesting. You must have a rift tether in your glove, too.
Yoink.
Alright, Smarty Bot. What is this place?
Hidden pocket dimension.
A dimensional pocket? Perhaps a symptom of the Dimensionator's destruction.
How do you come up with this stuff?
That's a good question. Smarty Pants, think you're so cool?
Hey, it's Maynard, the Mortis helper bot. Must have wandered in through the rift somehow.
There is the Speetle.
Speedball. This little creature.
Don't hide!
Hitting its nest might get its attention.
Well, hello there.
Oh, come back. Oh. Ah! Oh my god.
Maybe Maynard can lead me to the Morts.
This is silly. Yay! Do a ramp. Do a ramp. Speed boost.
Now, if we could get away
Gulp.
from this acid.
Sorgi. Oh, okay. I squished them by accident. Woo! Why are they so good? This is a little bug friend. How are they so powerful?
Look out!
Ah.
I got it. See? Sometimes I don't crash.
Sometimes.
Stop! 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 Stop!
Oh, careful there.
There's the gelatonium factory. I'm coming, Morts.
We didn't follow that Lombax and his Robopet across dimensions just to get stopped by some fuzzballs. So you want like
9.5 seconds to tell us where they're at. 1.
Hang on there now.
Angry kitty.
See? They are looking for Ratchet. I am telling the truth.
Whatever, Bolts. I'm gonna save my friends. Hey, I know where you can find a Lombax.
Right here, baby. Oh. Hi. Wow. Killing you. Oh. They just do a little twist around and die with their tongue out, very cartoon style. I'm okay with like just using a pistol the whole game. I like simplicity. Little gremlins.
Hey, us? Oh, when we heard those fellas were after a Lombax, we were worried about you. Well, next thing we know, you're here saving our behinds.
Wait, where are the others?
Well, some of the Morts are stuck inside of that mess there. Not a clue what
Oh.
it is. All I know is it keeps getting bigger.
What are you, Irish?
Oh, between that and our new neighbor up there, we are not doing too fine.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Oh, and to keep you all busy while I'm gone, got this at Zerky's. Mort can finally fix that ship she's been working on.
Zerkies? Oh, those pirates didn't give you any trouble, did they?
Only a little.
You can give this to Mort yourself once you get her from that purple mess over there.
What a big mess we brought ourselves in. Man, okay, well it's just about 2 hours here. This is good. I like this a lot. I'll stream this again sometime soon. I'll probably have to go PNG mode because I really want to see how I want this game to run really good. But being a VTuber, that's pretty tricky. That's just kind of how VTubers be, I guess. But I'm gonna take a quick BRB and get to our next game. What is it we're playing next? I think it's the bee simulator. We're gonna go be bees. You guys wanna be bees with me? I'm gonna be bees. I don't know what the saving icon is, but that's whatever. 8%. Oh, this is a good game. I'm excited to continue this actually. It's so much fun. Okay. I'm gonna take maybe like a 5-10 minute BRB. Maybe find something to eat and I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere, night lights. I'll go
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No.
Oh!
I saved.
I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Fighting someone after eating a bunch of mints. Bye! I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Time.
We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
Or-
know everyone has to be here. Well, good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I? Wait.
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have marshmallow either.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please?
It's okay. There are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ! Ah! They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. That's my gun.
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him! Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. What the heck? You're gonna fire me, at least do it right. Ah! Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! Keep an eye out. Oh my god, there's it's a- Ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me. Stop. You just flipped me off the edge! What the frick?
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool.
So like you feel a lot more flavors of actual things inside of the cake, like like berries, chocolate, all of that stuff.
I'm gonna like pick you up by your ears and dip you in like the canister of frosting and then close the lid. Ow. Owie. Why do these things do knockback too? Here, I'm just gonna put the controller down. Check this out. That's really cool. What the actual fuck?
Oh my god. Oh, what was you alive?
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown! Duck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All 3 of them got wiped.
Really? Really?
Times I've tried to punch someone and then the momentum just sent me off the edge.
You're my friend! You're my friend now.
Oh, Trinity, okay.
Damn, why?
That was pretty good.
Spoogles, damn it!
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa! Wow! I'm gonna leave. I don't know fake bunny. Damn. Fuck.
It's okay, birds aren't real either.
Was it enough? Did you try harder?
Oh my god! That fish came out of nowhere!
I was aiming for you, Robin.
Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Put it back in
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh!
I see.
I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Fighting someone after eating a bunch of mints. Bye! I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec. We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
Or-
know everyone has to be here. Well, it's a good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I? Wait.
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I actually? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay, there are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ! Ah! They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him! Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. What the heck? You're gonna fire me, at least do it right. Ah! Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! Keep an eye out. Oh my god, this is it's a- Ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me. Oh! You just flipped me off the edge! What the frick?
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool.
So like you feel a lot more flavors of actual things inside of the cake, like like berries, chocolate, all of that stuff.
I'm gonna like pick you up by your ears and dip you in like the canister of frosting and then close the lid. Ow. Owie. Why do these things do knockback too? Here, I'm just gonna put the controller down. Check this out. That's really cool. What the actual fuck?
Oh my god. Oh, whoa, you're alive!
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown! Duck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All 3 of them got wiped.
Really? Really?
Last times I've tried to punch someone and then the momentum just sent me off the edge.
You're my friend! You're my friend now.
Oh, Trinity, okay.
That was pretty good.
Moogles, damn it!
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa! Wow! gonna leave. I don't know
Ah.
fake funny. Damn. Fuck.
It's okay, birds aren't real either.
Was it enough? Did you try hard enough?
Oh my god! That fish came out of nowhere!
I was aiming for you, Robin.
Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Put it back into the card.
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh! I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Fighting someone after eating a bunch of mints. Bye! I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go! Let's go!
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Robin.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec. We don't activate that yet, hold on.
I
Or-
know everyone has to be here. Well, it's a good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you, do you want Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
Alright, wait, can I, wait, I
Marshmallow.
don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay, there are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ! Ah! They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC.
Ah, Slender baby!
Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Shit! Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him! Grab him!
Shit.
Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. What the heck? You're gonna fire me, at least do it right. Ah! Mwah.
No, please! Why does this keep happening to me? No!
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! Keep an eye out. Oh my god, there's it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me. Stop. You just flipped me off the edge. What the frick?
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool.
So like you feel a lot more flavors of actual things inside of the cake, like like berries, chocolate, all of that stuff.
I'm gonna like pick you up by your ears and dip you in like the canister of frosting and then close the lid. Ow. Owie. Why do these things do knockback too? Here, I'm just gonna put the controller down. Check this out. That's really cool. What the actual fuck?
Oh my god. Oh, Boo, you're alive!
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown! Duck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All three of them got wiped.
Really? Really?
Times I've tried to punch someone and then the momentum just sent me off the edge.
You're my friend! You're my friend now.
Oh, Trinity, okay.
Damn, why?
That was pretty good.
Smoogles, damn it.
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa. Wow. I'm gonna leave. I don't know anymore. Fake bunny. Damn. Fuck.
It's okay, birds aren't real either.
Was it enough? Did you try harder?
Oh my god! That fish came out of nowhere!
I was aiming for you, Robin.
Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Put it back in
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh! I'm gonna put you in here. Hello, I am back. Oh.
Honeybees are the most important pollinators.
Bees, it's time for bees. Because I have no idea what this game is except for
Pollinating
bees.
Almost 100 crops,
Wow!
making it the most fruitful job in the world.
You know, moths are also pollinators.
But without them, life as we know it will end.
What were we doing before bees? Bee, before bee.
Trouble.
Bees!
In recent years, millions of bee colonies have been lost all around the world.
Is this like a real life story? The bees are disappearing.
Besides their natural
Heckin'
enemies like
bears.
birds or parasites,
Ew.
bees must deal with new dangers.
Bees.
Pesticides, low nutrition, and viruses, which all weaken
This is
our
what we're
natural
doing to the environment, guys. We're killing the bees. I think the
So
bees
listen to
should
our
destroy
story
humanity.
of the bee hero.
The bee
How
hero.
even the smallest life can matter.
This is a story about a bee. Just one bee. It's just a little one. Oh, baby bee. I have no idea what we're gonna be doing here. But there's bugs in it, so look away for squeamish. Bees! Welcome to Bee Simulator. I've had this game in my library for a little while. And I thought it'd be cute for like a little one-off kind of game. I thought it looked cute, and as a bug, I think I should enjoy bees. Content warning, bugs. There are bugs here. Pick profile. Oh. Just a little bug. Let's buzz. I like that one. And then we're gonna... Why is it only easy and hard? I'll just do easy for now. Split screen. How to help the bees. Oh. Do you think they got moths in here too? Statistics. Wardrobe. I can decorate my bee. Oh. Little black dress bee. Fire bee, blue orchid bee, gold orchid bee. Secret bees. The cyber bee. Oh my god. Oh, you get little hats. Ah! Where does their antenna go? American bee, pirate hat. We gotta see their little antenna. Bees don't have ears. Where are those cups going? Oh, I like the wizard hat. Ah, look at them. Oh, yeah, you get special trails too. Cute. Okay. I'm gonna play. We're gonna play bees, okay? We're gonna play bees. You guys have no idea. What even is bees? Except for bugs. Just a little bug. Ow. Is this just a little baby bee? No bee.
Wake up, little bee.
Wakey wakey. It's like a little storybook. Oh, what? Good morning. Oh, it's dizzy.
Hello, you.
Hi. Is it me? It's the bee. This is cute.
Hive, sweet Hive. I'm finally here.
Biscuit? Biscuit? What?
Aww, a new hatchling. Hi, little one. What's your
I didn't know this game was voice acted. What's my name? Biscuit. What should we name our bee? Guys, give me bee names. This is very important. Beatrice. Beatrice. Maybe. I gotta have a bee pun in it. BB. I think BB is funny. BB. Yay. I'm going with BB.
Great. Well, first things first. Let's teach you to fly like a bee.
I'm a bee. We're gonna learn how to bee.
Go on.
Hi, Blizzard.
Let's get those wings moving.
Obviously, ease up, cues down. Okay. Ow! Up, down, up,
Wow,
down.
that was something. Now get to the construction room.
Okay.
Look for the golden markers. They always show the way.
It's just little bees. Markers. Okay. All the really mouse sensitivity is so low. Oh my gosh. I thought they said this game didn't have controller compatibility. Let me try it. Steam said it wasn't compatible. Maybe it is. Ah, yeah. Controllers are so much better for like 3D games like this.
We have a
What are you up to,
special
Blizzard?
place
Hi,
where you can learn
Bean.
how to be a bee.
How are you?
Just fly through this crack.
Ow! Ow! This is very indie game, but it's so cute. It's just a little. Oh, transitions are so instant. Hello. Yay! Oh, a golden marker. Okay. Bzz. There should be a moth simulator. Become moth. We must grow. Meow, meow. I think Silky would like this. Meow. My controller's been disconnecting more.
To be a real bee, you must learn to collect pollen.
Okay. Fly through flowers to golden orbs to collect pollen. When the left corner is full, you must deposit your pollen back at the hive. That makes sense. Ugh, I want to get all the pollen ever. Yay! I mean, I think bees do a little more than just like fly by it, right? They gotta like land on it and like lick it up or something. How do bees collect honey? With their little tongues, or do they just like stick the pollen onto their like abdomens? Black-eyed Susan. Oh, okay. So much pollen. See, I could do this too. I can only fly when I'm small. When I'm big human size, my wings are too heavy. They make honey in their stomachs. What would they go and do that for? Also, I ordered some Wendy's. I haven't gotten any donations, but I had a little bit of money just to do that. Or do they respawn? Yes. Oh. Knowledge points. Collect every pollen. Every pollen that you could ever have. Yoo. Alice.
The world
It's
is
bee
filled with
vomit.
different
Gotcha.
flowers, which our vision sees in different colors.
Bee vision. Oh. Legendary flowers. Use bee vision. What the hell? Bzz. POV, you're a little bee. Ew. Collect red epic pollen. This pollen is epic. What's the difference?
Great work, little sister. And now you're full of Beetro.
How did you know I'm a girl?
We use Beetro as a power-up to fly faster.
Huh?
Try it out. You'll feel like a rocket.
Special bee speed boost. Our indicator on the bottom left shows your Beetro energy. Identical type in a row or by eating human sweets throughout the park. Right bumper. Oh. Hyperdrive. These are bee zoomies. I knew it. Whoa.
Wowzers! That was fast! Okay, one last thing. A proper bee knows how to deposit her collected pollen.
What does that mean? Are most bees girls? Perhaps that's just something I didn't know until now. That can't be, though. That can't be! When you're close to the hexagon wall. Boop. Yay! Bee vomit.
Fantastic! You're all set now. Follow the tunnel to return to the hive.
Thank you. Near me. Oh my, it's so instant. Fly bees fly 7 to 15 times a day. 5-minute breaks in between flights. I finished the tutorial. To be or not to be.
I know all the basics. I'm ready to start on my new tasks.
Yay! This is so cute.
Well, you must be very eager to get to work.
I am, but I don't know what I should be doing.
Ah, I have a little voice.
There are many different jobs in the hive. Scouts, guards, nannies, but most of us are honeybees. Like me.
Honeybees!
Wow, I get to choose my job?
Oh no, silly. The queen decides. You must go see her.
Oh, it's always with the queens. Okay, well, what am I gonna get? Am I just gonna be a little worker bee? What kind of job would I get? If I was a bee, what kind of bee do you guys think I would be? This is an important question. What's in here? Little bee paintings. Yeah. Hold on, I think I still have my little bee friend somewhere. Bee. There's my bee. He's still in there. Let me just like put them on my nose. Yeah. Right there. Oh, they don't want to stay there very good. Maybe on my antenna? Yay! Just chilling up there. They could also like chill on my little that thing. Yay! He's just a little bee. Little bug. Perfect. I mean, usually I have them like on my nose or something. But I could put them on like in my fluff. Just chilling there. Yay, okay. It's my little bee. I love bees. Oh. Hi.
Oh, hello. A newbie. I mean, newbie.
Newbie.
I'm old and I don't fly much anymore, but I know things.
Is this only voiced by one voice actor? That's pretty
It's dangerous to eat too much fruit. It smells nice, tastes nice, but sometimes it makes you act funny.
Makes your tummy upset.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Hi. Queen Bee. This is me. I'll go meet Queen Bee. Yay!
Hold it! Don't move!
Guardian Riley. But okay, it's not spelled like mine.
Approach our queen.
We're told to come here. Don't be so rude.
My gods. Let my newest child approach me.
BB, that's me. I'm BB.
Well, little one, you are a honeybee now.
Honeybee.
Fly forth into the world. Collect pollen for the hive.
Okay.
Keep moving. Yeah, get to work.
Okay, we're gonna be so mean. Hi, Dutch guy. I'm just a bee.
Always work to do, right?
Yup. Yeah, bee. Hi. I'm just a little bug. Hey. This is cute. He's so cute. Get to be a little bug. I'm not like super big on bugs in real life, but I appreciate them. There's a deer! Welcome to the outside world. Yay! It's so cute. Phew. We got work to do. Oh. Ow. Why so many flies? Ow!
Whoa,
Talk about traffic. I need to be more careful.
Oops.
All right,
Ouch.
let's gather some pollen.
Yay! Alpine School in the glossary. Yay! Meow, meow. Bee controls are hard. Choo. Look, the rare flowers. How many? Oh, I didn't know there was humans in this game. We can't understand them. We don't speak human, only bee. I'd love to be a bee. I really need to get a commission of me as a bee. A bee kibby. A bat? No. I'm full. Full of bee. I gotta go back home. This is bee vision. Oh, well, I'm kind of full already. Just give me a minute. A kibby. Yay! Let me just drop this off real quick. If I can. I have to actually go inside. Oh heck. What's outside? No, I wanna deposit my honey. Or my pollen, I should say. Select yellow rare pollen. Bzz. Bzz. Oh, there's wasps. I don't wanna deal with wasps. Those are bullies. Whoosh, whoosh. Looking for yellow flower. I'm still unclear as to where we deposit it in the park. Roses! Or close enough to roses. Yay! Got it.
There is a bee over there, and she doesn't look well.
Oh? Oh, where?
I should see if I can help her.
Bee? I thought they were gonna talk about the bee on the shirt. Hello?
Hello? Are you alright?
Oh, what?
Are you drunk? Oh, sorry. Colored rings. Watch out for obstacles.
Wait!
Ugh. Come back.
Stop! Slow down!
I'm scared. What's happening to me?
The beast is drunk, I knew it. Meow, meow. Catch beat, catch beat.
I want to help you.
Go away. I need to find my hive.
This beat's fucking wasted. Oh, the voices are kind of cute though, of how like, I don't know, how unserious it is. Just like, no, just leave, go away.
Stop! Slow down!
You're really funny.
Funny.
My hive. Where is my hive?
Ah! Ouch. It's a picnic basket. Trinity! Trinity, look, I'm away. What'd you find? Oh, wasp. Fuck.
You nosy little bee!
What? What? What do you want? What'd I do?
Pay for disturbing my meal!
Wasps are little assholes.
Oh, yeah? We'll see.
Oh, there's fighting in this game? Ugh. Oh, I gotta fight and block. I didn't know there was combat in this game. Okay. I think I did that the wrong way around. Oh my god, what is that sound effect? That's like a stock sound effect or something. Yeah, we'll get you. Buzz. Do the finisher. Yeah, triple attack. Yeah, kill the wasps. Get out of here, you smell. Midnight Paladin, thank you for the follow. How are you?
That's it for me. But just you wait.
I rescued this bee.
It's safe to come out now.
I remember now.
Don't worry. They'll help you back in the hive.
Thank you.
Maybe. This fruit too, it can gain vital energy by munching on them.
That's a good day's work. Time to go home.
Ow. Sweet stuff. Ah, yummy. Wow. Yay! What are they doing? What is this, Goat Simulator? Okay, I will go home. Bye. Bye. Can I pop a balloon? Humans are weird.
Pollen is raining from my legs. I need to drop this stuff off in the hive.
Bees keep pollen on their ow. On their little leggies. Do I got little pouches for them? What?
Oh, humans. They've never come this close before.
What are they doing?
What
Are they
do you
gonna
want with our tree?
Are they gonna be mean to our tree? God dang humans. No. What if I become the next queen? I'll become a queen bee and be awesome. Uh-oh. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. What?
Hush.
Is that a queen? Shh. Oh. Magical pollen. Hey, calm them down. Is everything okay?
Humans are trying to destroy our tree.
Those darn
Give
humans.
up for now, but they will be back soon to take away our home.
We must move. Oh. What's happening?
Do not be afraid.
Oh, she's like a magical girl.
All of the scouts, but only for a new place for us to live. As for the rest, get back to your duties.
We're gonna find a new home. Arrgh. Bee to the rescue. Bring the bee home.
Pollen is raining from my legs. I need to drop this stuff.
Let's find the hive and quest location symbols. This is cute. Up off the pollen. I guess it's here.
Back to work. We still need more epic pollen for the winter. But epic pollen is hard to find.
Epic pollen?
It may be time to visit our library.
A library? Okay. Up there. I didn't know bees have a library.
Oh, hi.
Hi! Hi! These are so cute. You can find your feats in-game menu in the Hive Library. You have your knowledge points. Oh. Oh. Like this one. Archive feats. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, they're just like little achievements. Yay! Okay. This is so cute! To infinity and beyond. That's a good bee right there. Okay. Oh, this one. What's that?
Yes, there are many places with good pollen. I should go outside and check them out.
Wow, that so much for a library. That doesn't sound like that was very helpful information. I mean, okay. It's like, look at picture of bee and flower. Yes, this is where we get more pollen. They were just double checking. Like, yes, this is still our job. We gotta go do that. The bee is the only insect that produces food, so also stealing by him.
I saw you in the library.
Ah! What? The bee? What? There's so many bees. Which one's talking to me? Bee? Bee? Oh.
You were looking for epic pollen, right?
Yeah! Dance correctly. Dance partners moves. Oh. Down, left, right. Okay. What are these mini games? What? My control stick was being weird. It's like a Simon Says thing. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Got it. I'll head to the zoo right away.
Oh, that's how we get information, by dancing. Bye! Challenges. Sting the bully. Blue is a race. Pink is dance. Red is to fight. Orange is sting the bully. And green is to gather pollen. Interesting. Okay. Sure. But sure. Let's fucking. You wanna fucking fight?
You're treading on wasp turf.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really? We'll see about that.
Prepare for battle. Going to kill you. Just a little bug. I got it this time. That's such a stock sound effect. I can't get over that. What is that from something? Aw, killing you. At least it like performs and controls pretty well. It's so warm in here. Yeah, buzz off, buddy.
Oh, you got me. But the wasps will be back.
Yay! They love it. What are those apples? Oh, slurp. Oh, okay, I got it. The dance challenge. Okay.
What are you waiting for? You are full of pollen. You can return it to the hive.
I know, but there is a glorious flower nearby.
They need
Can you
more.
collect pollen from it?
Of course, I'll do that for you.
Meow. Oops. The directions are a little
Now you know the
confusing.
way. Good luck.
Yeah, don't. The bees tell each other directions by dancing. I'm pretty sure that's a real fact. Pretty sure. Look at these deer. Nature's so neat. I got it. Whoa. What's this? Side quest for a foster family. Oh, okay. Well, I'll do that later. We got challenges, we got side quests. Everything a little bee could need. Oh man, that really is bee vision, isn't it? I can see the same screen like 100 times. Collect challenge. Okay. Collect 10 common pollen. That's not too hard. First person's perspective. You're a heckin' bee. Yeah. Thank you. How did the bees get to be so cute? They're so fuzzy. The fuzzy buzzy. Maybe I should just temporarily become a bee in real life. Chickens! Hello? An info about animals and plants in the glossary.
Ugh, chickens. Horrible, scary things.
They're too
They're
big and
ants
noisy.
like us. But their larvae don't eat honey. They eat bees.
Very dangerous. Bzzz. Ow. Pig. Do I not know pig? Bah! Goats! Goats are full of honey, I mean milk. Meow, meow. Oh yeah, gotta look at my mini map for, or my compass for challenges. Is this a zoo? I see raccoons! Uncommon, the green ones, right? Raccoon noises. See any other green ones nearby? Oh, there we go. Is that a wolf? Oh gosh. Yeah, I guess we're at a zoo. Or a park. Guys, what's your opinion on bees? This is very important. Everyone's so scared of bees. They're just little friends. But to be fair, like, you're kind of conditioned as a kid to not really like bees because of their sporadic flying and the fact that they can sting you. All that stuff. All my knowledge points. What? What's that? Hello? Oh!
Thanks! Now I know where to go!
This little bee was lost, I guess. This is also kind of 3D collectathon. Babe, it's a baby! When I get lots of pollen of the same color. I'm not sure how long this game is, but I guess it's as long as you make it to be. You can get all the achievements if you really wanted to.
Whoa! Now those are big animals.
Is it the zoo?
If the old bee was right, I should be getting close now.
Oh? This park is kind of big, actually. Zoom! Dance challenge.
Hey, what's wrong?
I'm dancing.
There's an exotic flower over in the tropic zone.
Show me the way and get back to the hive.
Let's... I'm such a good bee.
Now you know the way.
So good at it. What? Do I? It's super flower. Is she crazy? She might be crazy. Oh. Oh, is it this one? Yay! Or something. No, this is a different one. Ow! Yeah, I guess it is over there. This game is really charming. I will say. It's so cute. Wow, those are big fruits. I got it. Yay! Be good. I'm always good. Do you not believe me? Oh. Ding. You're so teensy. Do you think we get upgrades in a skill tree so I can hold more pollen later? Or maybe my sting attacks are stronger and more deadly? Hi, King! Hello! Hello, chat. King, how have you been? Can you draw me as a bee? Robin? Happy anniversary! Thank you! What have you been up to? I saw those sketches for the project. They look pretty good. Select challenge. I am pretty full on pollen. I'm at work. I know, I'm just saying in general. How dare you be at work?
Beautiful place. So many animals and humans. But I must focus and find the flower lady.
Flower lady? Always has legendary flowers in her basket.
I smell some very rare flowers. The flower lady must be nearby.
That one. Super happy how it's turning out. Yeah! Ouch. Well, I'm kind of full of pollen. Sorry. I ate it all. I gotta go back to the hive. As Rob Bean for your anniversary. No! You already drawn me as Rob Bean. I mean as a bee. Not a bean, a bee! Robbie.
Wow, I have so much pollen. Before I gather more, I have to take this stuff back to the hive.
Mayhaps. It's a bee. Look! I'm such a good bee though. Look. There you go. Yay! Happy bee with happy pollen. What I've been working on. Okay. I'm also at work. Yeah, everyone seems to be at work. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. Pretty close to it, bee. It's just a retexture and some antenna in the wings. Yes! Shh.
Oh yes, that is good pollen.
The best
But I
pollen.
will need more than that. There are other bees around.
That's Bee Jordan. That's my friend. Meow. Meow. I mean, I could just be a death's head hawk moth. I could be a bee. I know it. That's not a bad idea. Wait. Death's head hawk moth bee. Send you the sketch later. Uber luck. Go now. Actually, I'm not sure. Because I'm getting a commission for I want to get a Halloween commission. I mean, I could just like be a bee for Halloween. Right? I was just gonna be a death's head hawk moth. I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Too many options.
Do you know any rare flowers around here?
Sure, want a race? If you catch me, I'll tell you about the flowers.
Ah, catch the other V. Gonna have to miss the colored wings. Watch out for obstacles. Okay. I'm gonna heck it get you. Oh, we're going in here? I'm gonna get that bee. Honk, honk. Please don't worry about the bigger creatures. Come on. Oh, yeah, we're looping. Looping and gooping. Oh, that's a little tricky. For me, you stinky bee. I'm gonna get you. Arrgh. Why is he so fast? Oh, I got him.
Good race. You got me. There are really epic flowers in the tropic zone. Thank you. Good luck and listen.
Okay. This game is so cute. I should keep an eye and make sure my food arrives.
What an amazing place! And I can already smell the flowers.
Where's epic flowers? Are the the red ones? It's a turtle. Impale self on cactus. Why? Why would you do that? And I was just here earlier. I guess cacti do have pollen, don't they? 1 points to unlock animal statues, 3D models, and new skins for your bee. Oh, wow. Okay. Unlock the trophy room. Oh. I love the bees. Impaling my smelf. Well, I need more pollen. Just because. I think we're gonna go home anyway. What color bee do I want to be when I grow up? I want to see all the right colors and all the pretty flowers that ever was. Not just common flowers. What's the biggest flower power combo I could possibly get? I don't know. Probably all the common ones. Ella. Here. No, I got that red one. Like a million? Oh, okay. Probably a million. Can wiggle my bee. See? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Oh no! What's happened to our tree?
Those
humans must have cut off its branches.
It's always the humans. Bzzz. I like this game. It's so cute. Hello? Here you go. Let's go visit the Rofi room.
Hi.
Push the podium and accept the price. Oh, okay. Western honeybee. Unlocked for 0 knowledge points. Wow! For free? You can use knowledge points to access the 3D view of some animals. Oh! Monarch butterfly. Watch in 3D. Oh! That's a good bee. Okay. Children and same mother, after all. First day of pollen duties, I came across a poor, confused bee. We're at the zoo today for some good flowers. Oh, are these like each day?
Well, I guess it's back to work
Each
then.
chapter? Hi, Azada. Hello. Housefly. Migrant hawker? Oh. I think I see. Yes, I see. The common wasp. I have quite a bit. Let's see, why not? The evil wasp. Oh. A little book. I'll look at that later. Housefly. Houseflies are smelly. Housefly. Watching 3D, watching 3D. Ew. Houseflies are icky. Well, alright. Oh? What?
Our stockpiles are still low. We must gather a lot more before the winter.
Winter is coming. Winter is coming. It's only midsummer.
It's only midsummer, silly.
Oh, you must be so young and inexperienced to talk like that.
Hey.
When summer ends, flowers end too.
Collect as much pollen as you can carry. The work of a bee is never done, is it? Can I at least get a rest? I'm so eepy. I need a little nap.
Well, I guess it's back to work then.
Oh, we're talking about an insect. Bing. Like, do I want the big flower power combo? Or do I just want to get all the rare ones that I can find? Not really sure. Uncommon ones. Queen. West is queen. The flower is a queen. Also yummy. Beep. Beep. Beep beep. Backwards flying. I'm sure a lot of like work and love went into this game for people who really love like nature and entomology and botany. It's really cute. I can just imagine who all worked on this game must have been like super sweet people. just from the vibes and looks of this kind of game. It's so like magical animal. I don't know, it's so cute. Iron Age pig. Great Piggly Wiggly. What about more of those flower ladies? Meow. Oh. Ow. Just a little ouchie. Ouchie, wowa. Can't leave that lingering for too long. Get 2 more. I'm gonna need bigger haunches to carry all this. Ow. Got it. Ooh. Who knew bees were so busy? That's where busy bees come from. Work, work, work.
Pollen is raining from my legs. I need to drop this stuff off in the hive.
I got it. Yoo. I don't know. Are you guys liking this game?
That's a lot of pollen I've collected.
What game has been your favorite so far that I played today?
Good work. Yes, but we still need more.
More? Wow. My wings will fall off.
The life of a worky bee. My job is never done.
How much pollen must I collect before I can do something more important?
That's all the bees do. 25 uncommon green flowers. Okay. So good at it. Do higher quality flowers provide more pollen or something? Or just like, or better quality pollen? Not really sure how that works. Moose. Moosing. Side quest. Oh, there's a squirrel.
Queen? Your mommy, silly. Where is she?
Arr.
My mommy is gone. I want my mommy.
Oh, well, don't cry. I'll see if I can find your mommy. What's your name?
Squirrel baby.
Chico. My name is Chico.
Chico. Look around for other squirrels nearby. Okay. Well, they shouldn't be super far. Oh. Hi.
Hello? Are you Chico's mommy?
Sorry, I don't know any Chico.
No?
Oh well.
Wrong squirrel. Arr. Weak?
I don't suppose you're Chico's mommy.
Oh no, but I sure wish I was a mommy.
Oh my. Oh.
It's a secret.
A secret squirrel?
Yes, that's him.
Him who?
Him.
I'll keep looking, thanks.
Send you the squirrel. Yeah. Hi.
Excuse me, are you Chico's mommy?
Hey, you're talking to me, babe?
You're talking to me?
How rude.
So many squirrel. Is it you?
Hello, I'm looking for Chico's mommy.
A bee? Are you an agent of the Queen?
All bees work for the Queen, but...
Ha! I knew it! You bees can't fool me!
I guess that's a no.
Arr. Too many squirrels.
Excuse me, I'm trying to find Chico's mommy.
That's not me. I'm Cat.
Cat?
Huh? You're a cat?
No, I'm a squirrel. I'm Cat.
Sheesh. These squirrels are all nuts.
Yeah. Squirrels are a little nutty, that's true. Where?
Excuse me. Hello?
Oh, poor Chico. I know his mommy.
You do?
Great. Can you let her know Chico is looking for her?
That's the problem, honey. She's gone.
Gone? You mean...
Nay, She just skipped down. Poor Chico, she must have forgotten him.
No.
Oh, I'll dance for you.
Honey, I'm a squirrel. Just give me the directions.
Oh, okay. Well, listen up. How much pollen must I collect before I can do something
They don't understand that I'm a bee. Squirrels don't understand bee dance. Secret squirrel. Sure, there's gonna be some references and little knickknacks in here. There's a race over here. Let's go do a race. I got some time. Chase challenge.
So, I hear you're the fastest bee in the hive.
Yes, I am. No bee can catch me.
No bee. We'll just see about that. 3, 2, 1. Go bee go. Whoosh. Ow. This is a little tricky. Ah. Oh man, I've been missing a lot of these rings. Uh-oh. Let's try it again. Meow, meow. You're trying to get me in trouble. Ow.
Wow, I guess I'm not the fastest bee.
Oh, I got him. Okay.
How much pollen must I collect before I can do something more?
Ooh. That's fun. I like the little side stuff we can do. Just green? Ah. So picky. Picky bees. They don't want none of that. Yeah, I do feel like I'm controlling a drone or something. Heckin' wasps going to beat you up.
Hey you! This is wasp territory.
Oh yeah? We bees have stings too, you know.
Oh, a tough bee.
I'm going to fight you. Come here. Oh, he's got a lot of HP. Is that like the Price is Right sound? I think. Sounds like a game show thing. Pew! Pew pew! I'm too good. I'm too good. And then there's this guy. Got him. Oh, overkill. Oh no. Oh, he's already dead. What a violent bee. Yeah, go BB.
You really are tough bee.
How much pollen must I collect before I can do something more important?
You. it's really hard to tell what colors have what without the bee vision. The vision. Television. I'm very hungry though. Or tired. EPP. This is just a cute little game. It's like with all of these games, I'd be willing to continue playing them on stream if you guys are at all interested. Hungry bee. Ah. Eat it. Much better. Ah. Taking the sugar drugs. Thank you. Bye. What's that? Collecting challenge. Okay. That's so schmeezy.
How much pollen must I collect?
Yeah, I heard ya. It's like stalker vision. Or hunter vision. Hunting my prey. I can see the warmth in your body. Whatever that means. I can see your heat signature. Another collecting challenge here. 4 common pollen. What are you, crazy? That's not much of a challenge. Maybe I should put this on a hard difficulty. Ding ding.
How much pollen must I?
Can I change it? I'm gonna change it to hard. I'm the bestest bee ever. You watch. Wait, why does it keep resetting? Why am I back at 2? That's kind of annoying. What? Maybe I can't accept quests while I'm doing this. Or resets. Oh, that's a pain in my large rear. Oh. Okay. No wonder. It feels like I've been doing this for a while. I need more green tea. This game does control rather nicely. And it looks cute. It looks good. It's like a simple good. It does what it needs to do. And that's to be a bee. Being a bee is very important. Yeah, I also think I think I'm invested in Ratchet and Clank the most so far. That's just because it's like a really it's a franchise I'm familiar with. Oh, I'm full of honey. What are you dancing about? scared the hell out of it. Me too.
Oh, hi. So much pollen. Oh, my poor wings.
So iffy.
Don't worry about your wings. Just go get more pollen.
Just
Even more? Oh, wow.
Miskin. That's a lot like modern corporate fucking disgust. Oh, you're tired? Well, then just work more.
Well, what do we have here?
What? Why is there a hornet here?
Oh no!
Hornet, we're doomed.
That's right, little D. You are doomed.
Babby, you must warn our queen. I will hold him off for as long as I can.
Oh.
You wish to fight me?
Oh, yeah. That's a really big hornet, though. Oh, he's got a lot of HP. Uh-oh. I'm not familiar with this. Ah! Oh no! No! Is that the harder difficulty? Oh no!
Your resistance is futile.
Oh no! I didn't know how to do that without it. No!
You shall not pass.
What a brave bee.
Silly little bee.
Little
You
bee.
cannot stop me. What is this?
Get out! Sisters,
Go away!
Attack!
Get him! Yay! That's how the bees do it.
This is not over. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Well done, my child.
I could have done better. I'll be honest with you.
Your courage gave us time to assemble the troops.
Yay!
To beat a hornet alone is hard, but together we can always triumph.
That's why we got a colony of bees. The more bees, the better. Oh yeah, they're communicating.
And
Hi-
so the days
hi,
went
Jago.
on, and winter got ever closer.
Dance and pheromones. Yes. Much pollen as possible for the hive. We're interrupted by a most unwelcome visitor. You're so mean. I wish I could have fought that guy and won. Was it just the kind? I don't know. Because I put it on hard mode, or I was unfamiliar. Gorp. I'm okay, just being a busy bee, I guess. Quite literally.
Oh, look at those lazy bees. They never stop gossiping.
It has a lot of charm.
But they seem scared. I wonder what's up.
It's like a storybook, but with bees.
Hey, I heard another scout went missing.
It's terrible. Scouting is so dangerous.
I think they should check the amusement park. Maybe I can help. I should ask the queen.
Yeah, I could do it. I'm a busy bee. I'm so brave. So brave and beautiful and awesome.
Keeping busy?
Easy. It's just so easy. Hi.
Your Majesty, I've heard we've lost another scout.
Unfortunately, yes. This has been
Phoebe.
a difficult season for us.
Please, Mother, let me help. I will go and check this place called the amusement park.
No.
But why? I could help.
The amusement park? It is a place far too dangerous for a youngling like you.
But I'm so good at it.
Of course. I shall do as you order, my queen.
You cannot disobey the queen. There will be serious consequences.
Pollen and pollen. Any bee can collect pollen. I wish I could do something more important.
That's good. You know, this is a little bit like the bee movie. You get assigned a job, and that's what you do for the rest of your life, whether you choose it or not. Bees. When all the bees band together, they will heckin' get you.
And I'm not a youngling. I'm almost 2 weeks old.
Ah, it's been 2 weeks already. It feels like an hour. It feels like it's only been just like an hour and a half or something. Oh well.
How much pollen must I collect before I can do something more important? What's the point of collecting pollen if we're going to abandon our hive? We can't take it all with us anyway.
That's true. What's the game plan here?
Pollen? Ugh. I'm a bee. I love pollen, but I wish I could look for a new hive. I know. I'll talk to Alice. She's wise. After all, she's a whole week older than me.
A whole week older. They're so cute. They're just little babies. Let me check. These fights have usually had the guideline on it.
Buzz off. We don't like visitors.
Oh yeah? This is our park.
Bzzz, we'll see about that.
Oh, see about that. I don't know if we have the indicators. Oh. Ow. Oh no. Gulp. That is tricky. The telegraphing is hard. Oh, yeah. Triple attack. Get him. I'm sure there's a better way to do that. Like, hard mode would probably be the best for a more challenge. That's tricky though, I will say. It's also just weird there's only easy and hard and not a normal difficulty. I don't get it. But okay. Yay! I'm just a little bug.
Stinking little bee. We'll get you yet.
Sure, keep telling yourself that, bub. Bubsy. Beep beep beep. Sis. Side quest Lisa's educational duty. Maybe later. Go talk to Alice first. Out, bonk, out, bonk. Bee damage. See what Alice is up to.
Hi! Oh, what's wrong? You look sad.
I'm fed up with pollen. I wanted to help in the search for a new hive.
You must be so upset. But I know just what will cheer you up.
More pollen. Okay. And we'll follow Alice. Oh, this is... Knowing which way the wind is going is a bit tricky. Oh. Oh, the amusement park. I thought we weren't allowed to go over here.
Oh no! A wasp nest!
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's right, little bee.
You show her, my apprentice.
Beat Steven and Emily up. Okay. It's kind of impossible not to fail when you have the guides like this. Really sure how to tell how to practice. Boop. What are you booping? Get out of here. And then there's another one. There's 2 rounds. Oops. Xbox controls are not, or button layouts are not my friend. Ow. Defend and sting. Defend and sting. Meow, 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 meow. Stabbing you. Why? Why am I in the Karnacha? I'm defending my bee set, my little bee body. Ow.
You've bitten me and my apprentice.
Tough crowd. With these wasps here, I need to find a safer place.
Ugh. What did Alice go in there for?
Oh dear, this is the amusement park. I didn't mean to disobey orders.
Sing interaction. Sing the balloon, try to find all interactions.
It looks
okay.
nice, but it's too loud and moves too fast.
You're a bee, you're supposed to
I
move
need
really
to look
fast.
for a better place.
This is my sugar. From Jar from the wasps. Yeah, I guess so. Oh my god, oh that was so loud. I guess it is really big, isn't it? I feel like I just shouldn't really sting anything in this game. Sounds like a bad idea. Bird? Sting? Not everything, I guess. Can I type on the laptop? Beep beep beep. I'm gonna take a type of email. Alright. Pig. Destroy. Ah! Destroy. Ass! Wonderful. Sting. I don't know what's interactable and what's not.
This place is so loud, and there's so many humans. I'd better look for something else.
Yeah, amusement park is no good for bees. I haven't been to a carnival or like a fair in a long time. I miss it. I do. I miss having like going on fun little rides. Carnivals and fairs are more for
what is your business here?
kids though. Uh-oh. What?
This is no place for a pollen gatherer.
I was racing with Alice and somehow I got here.
I got confused.
So I thought that since I'm here, I might as well look around for a new hive.
Unacceptable. You've disobeyed the queen.
Uh-oh.
I haven't found a place for a new hive. And got told off by a scout.
Oh.
I should get some rare flowers to make up for it. And I know just where to start looking.
Walking like that. Hi Shen, what are you up to? What are you up to, buddy?
That's the place I was looking for.
Ow.
I think I have enough rare flowers. Time to go back to the hive.
Okay. We're such a good bee. How do we get to be such a good bee? We're so curious, or we got so many good flowers. We're so awesome. So good. Such a good bee.
Hey, can you help me?
A human? How rude. Well, I'll chase him away.
Thanks.
What? Help the bullied bee. Is it this guy? Oh, it's probably over there. Why is it so far? How did you get all the way over there and then get bullied from there? Apothecat, hi! Uppo the cat. Sorry, I read that wrong. How are you? Welcome in. I want to get him. Missing stream anniversary. You too. I think I'm twice to scare him away. Uh-oh. Oh, the kids? Okay. We're gonna terrorize the kids. Yay!
And never come back.
You should really sting though. It's bad for your stinger. All of your vital essences are in your abdomen. You need to keep that in there. I like bees. They're so cute. The funny farm. Humans threatening our lives.
I've gathered tons. All the bees are restless. I wonder what's upset them so much.
Rebellious. I got in trouble. At my food. Should be here soon.
Good job, me. I've gathered tons of pollen.
Go. Hi.
Hey, Skylar, what's going on? Are the humans cutting our tree again?
No, but 3 young bees have gone missing.
Why? Unlock the cave. Oh. The bee cave. What's down here? We got out the spider's web. We got more tangled up. I don't want to go in there. I'll just go around it. I don't want to tumble with a spider. Who do you think I am? I'm a bee, not a wasp.
Pollen is raining from my legs. I need to drop this stuff.
Oh, I should have put that back. Find and rescue the bees. Okay. How'd you get lost in here?
Help! Help! I'm trapped!
Oh no. Buzz. Are you okay?
Here you are, Frankie.
I'm lost!
Tell me by dancing how you got here.
Tell me. Buzz. It's okay. I'm not very good at dancing in real life. I would get them lost.
Thanks! Now I know where to go.
More bees to be found. Oh? Oh! Bee fact 3. Oh. Oh! The queen can lay up to 2,500 eggs a day. That's so many bees. What are they doing with all this?
I have so much pollen.
I know, your ass is fat. I'm sorry I fed you so much pollen before dropping it off. I'm sorry. Easy.
Please, I'm too young to die here.
Are you okay in there? Oh. Gotta find a way in.
Good job, me.
Ah! What? Why? Aw. The poor bee will never get out now. Oh no.
Quinn, here you are.
I'm sorry. I'll never go into the caves again.
I'm glad you've learned your lesson.
Happy little bee flips. Good. Oh. Hi.
Now I know how to get back. Thanks.
Okay. Behave now. It's really easy to make bee puns, because the English language is kind of weird like that. I want to find this last bee. I'm probably gonna take a break here to eat the Wendy's. Hopefully I don't have to be at the door for it.
Over here, please help me.
Wow, I have so much pollen.
We do have a lot of pollen.
I finally found you, Pat.
I'm so scared.
Be brave.
Be brave. Oh, that's so many. The sound helps.
Oh, thank you.
Ah. Alright, oh good. I saved it all of the bees. I want to go deposit my pollen, then I'll think I'll take a break and then swap to the next game. I forget what it's called, Gravity Metro or something. A friend bought it for me. It might be because maybe one of their friends worked on it, or what? I'm such a busy bee though. The busiest bee. Out of anybody here, probably the busiest. I don't like these caves. What are they doing down here?
Good job, me. I gathered.
Oh.
Our hero! You did it! You saved baby bees!
Baby bees! That's me. What? How do you have
But
fireworks?
The joy did not last for long. Soon, with cold gusts of northern winds, came the winter. The time of
Okay, I'll be
frost
right
is
back.
always
I gotta do this now. Be right back. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC.
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
That. He just flipped me off the edge. What the frick?
Oh my god. Oh, Boo, you're alive!
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown. Duck.
That
Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All three of them got wiped. Ow. Why do these things do knockback too? No, I missed a really cute cutscene. Fuck. Ah. My food arrived during the cutscene. Oh, biscuits. I didn't mean to do that. Well, I did schedule it for this time, but... Hi, Sawi. Okay, well, either way.
Something woke us up. It's night already, but it's bright in the hive.
Oh. I'll have to look at that cutscene later. I hope you all enjoyed Bee Simulator. This was a lot cuter than I thought it was. Alright, well... I'm going to take a quick break. Have something to eat. Then we're gonna play... Metro Gravity. Yeah! Okay, don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, there's it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
So like you feel a lot more flavors of actual things inside of the cake, like like berries, chocolate, all of that stuff.
I'm gonna like pick you up by your ears and dip you in like the canister of frosting and then close the lid.
Oh my god. Oh, Boo, you're alive!
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown. Duck.
That
Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All three of them got wiped. I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec. We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I know everyone has to be here. Well, it's a good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I wait?
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay, there are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ.
Really? Really?
Last times I've tried to punch someone and then the momentum just sent me off the edge.
You're my friend. You're my friend now.
Oh, Trinity. Okay.
It's on.
That was pretty good.
Smoogles, damn it!
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa! Wow! I'm gonna leave. I don't know fake bunny. Damn. Fuck.
It's okay. Birds aren't real either. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No.
Oh!
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. What the heck? You're gonna fire me. At least do it right. Ah! Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Put it back into the card.
Thank someone after eating a bunch of mints. Bye! Ow. Owie. Why do these things do knockback too? Here, I'm just gonna put the controller down. Check this out. That's really cool. What the actual fuck?
Slugger baby.
Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. That's my guy.
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him! Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
Was it enough? Did you try hard enough?
Oh my god! That fish came out of nowhere!
I was aiming for you, Robin.
Oh. He just flipped me off the edge! What the frick? Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Ah! They'll never find me over here. They lost me. I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. I mean, mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, it's a- Ah! Ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
So like you feel a lot more flavors of actual things inside of the cake, like like berries, chocolate, all of that stuff.
I'm gonna like pick you up by your ears and dip you in like the canister of frosting and then close the lid.
Oh my god. Oh, Boo, you're alive!
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown! Duck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All three of them got wiped. I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec. We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
know everyone has to be here. Well, it's a good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I wait?
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
I'm actually gonna.
Marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay. There are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ.
Really? Really?
Times I've tried to punch someone and then the momentum just sent me off the edge.
You're my friend. You're my friend now.
Oh, Trinity. Okay.
Damn,
That was pretty good.
Smoogles, damn it.
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa. Wow. I'm gonna leave. I don't know fake bunny. Damn. Fuck.
It's okay. Birds aren't real either. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No.
Oh!
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
What the heck? You're gonna fire me. At least do it right. Ah! Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Put it back into the card.
Putting someone after eating a bunch of mints. Bye! Ow. Owie. Why do these things do knockback too? Here, I'm just gonna put the controller down. Check this out. That's really cool. What the actual fuck? Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him! Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
Was it enough? Did you try harder?
Oh my god! The fish came out of nowhere.
I was aiming for you, Robin.
That. He just flipped me off the edge. What the frick? Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit. That was pretty cool. Ah! They'll never find me over here. They lost me. I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No! Oh my god! Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, there's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
So like you feel a lot more flavors of actual things inside of the cake, like you know, like berries, chocolate, all of that stuff.
I'm gonna like pick you up by your ears and dip you in like the canister of frosting and then close the lid.
Oh my god. Oh, Boo, you're alive!
Oh, you are alive.
Hey, there's a clown! Duck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was incredible. Oh my god. All three of them got wiped. I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go! Let's go!
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec. We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I know everyone has to be here. Well, it's a good thing there'd be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I wait?
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay. There are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ.
Really? Really?
Last times I've tried to punch someone and then the momentum just sent me off the edge.
You're my friend! You're my friend now!
Oh, Trinity, okay.
That was pretty good.
Moogles, damn it!
You're the closest one.
They're fake bunnies.
Whoa! Wow! I'm gonna leave. I don't know fake funny. Damn. Fuck.
It's okay, birds aren't real either. Hello, I am back. Hello, everybody. I hope you all have been having a good time so far. These games have been really neat. I've been enjoying them, for sure. But now it's time for the last game of the night with Metro Gravity. Hi, Audrey. Hello. Turn off Undertale music, Deltarune music, whatever. Yeah, I hope we're all doing good. Just eating a bit of the Wendy's that I ordered. I got a vanilla milkshake, spicy nuggies, and spicy chicken sandwich, and some fries. That was like 20 bucks. Not too bad. I did the little dip fries in vanilla milkshake. And it's pretty good. I do like the sweet and salty, the hot and the cold. It's a very kind of yummy little treat. This is Metro Gravity. My friend Tufo/Meow got this for me a little while ago. And it looks weirdly transcoded. I don't know. It's just the main character looks very transcoded with that outfit. She kind of reminds me of Bun Lilith, if you know who that is. Oh, this overlay. Volume up, music down. Play. Interesting UI. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Except that it looks kinda cute and it's like another kind of 3D. It's been a lot of 3D platformers today, actually. Not platformers, just kind of 3D games in general. New game. My deepest memories. I don't have much of those. My memory isn't that good. Cherished regrets. I'll hold on to them. Oh. Ugh. 5 more minutes. Dude, her thighs are crazy. Yeah, this game also reminds me of Pseudo Regalia. I'm not wrong, right? Gives off Pseudo Regalia vibes. It's got the thick protagonist. It's got the kind of polygon 3D environment. I feel so light. Oh. Zoop. Documents. Inventory. Don't know where I am right now. Me neither. I have like a little purse. That's cute. Hey bestie, I hope you had a nice nap. You're probably super confused as to what's happening. Don't worry, we were too. Still kind of are. Just explore and you'll find me. I have a feeling you'll be fine. Mathilde. Okay. Well, thanks. Dead tree. Ooh. Upside down tree. Already looking a bit funny. Lever. What the? Don't tell me. Oof. The big fall. What? I think I figured out this gravity thing. Lock gravity to keep your down direction unless overwhelmed by gravity. Oh. What? Oh, okay. Whack. Oh, I thought it was like a blood stain. It's just an arrow. This ain't Metro Gravity for nothing. Oh, they got the little soundtrack in the bottom left. Kind of like a first Deltarune. Fish! Fish! Oh god. This is very super duper indie game. I want to move this. Fish. Very floaty. Fish. Me when she fish. What game is this? This is Metro Gravity. A friend bought it for me a long while ago. Or earlier this year. Fish. Checkpoint. Map updated. Oh. No clue what that did. I do feel kind of better though. Huh. This is wild. I don't know that's where I came from. Wah. 3D like gravity platformer. Yeah, I don't remember what my friend said about it. One of their friends might have worked on it. Or made it. I don't remember. They haven't gotten back to me. Whoa. Again, it reminds me of Pseudo Regalia with less platforming. I think I should hit this with something. My face. Oh, what? Freaking gravity, how do it work? Dude, she's kind of caked up though. You can't deny that.
I can't see.
Gulp. Where am I supposed to go? What am I doing? I guess we just looking around, huh? Go up the oiter. Guess we go that way. I'm so confused. That's okay. 3. Oh, good morning, honey. Hello. Why are you painting? What are you doing? Morning. Did you get my note? You're sleeping so cutely I couldn't bear to wake you. You didn't have trouble getting here, did you? What am I saying? Of course you didn't. Look at you. Already gravity walking in so quickly. You gotta be one of those people. Things just come naturally to you, don't they? Don't know about that. Nice to meet you. I'm Stephanie. Gosh, where are my manners? Wonderful to meet you, Steph. My name's Mateo. Here, take this. Just for you. There's no you have a way easier time with it than me. What is it? It's a trinket that lets you, that it touches a beam. I can't explain it. Just try it out. Twirl it around or something. Oh. Weapon wheel. Oh. Gravity amulet. So Mateo just gave me this. Wouldn't want to let her down. Why? We don't even know her. Where are we? What's going on? Gravity field projected outward from a smooth surface. Okay. Whoa. Sick! OMG, already? What do you see? Tell me! How much of the beam do you see? What? Those are gonna be very, very puzzly, innit? Yay! Oh, pulls me too. Oh, unlock. That's a good idea. What? Gulp? Where am I going? Huh? Out of my way. Oh. Oh, we're trying to get the water in here. Okay. I got one of it. Move das Girin. Moving, that was moving. What about that one? How do you just walk on water like that? Over there? Maybe? Lock gravity. Ugh. I mean, it's a neat concept for sure. Good to go. Big portal. Oh, the bell. What's that? What are we looking at here? Here I am. I'm so confluzzled. What is this? Give it to me. I feel like that's supposed to fall out of here. I'll do that. Everything is the floor and your butt is huge? Exactly. See, just because my ass is huge, I think she's trans. Small titties, big ass. I just ignore me. Yeah, and again, reminds me of Sybil just because of the low poly 3D platformer thick ass protagonist. Gotta be buoyant somehow, yeah. For real. When I look up, all I see is ass. All I boy, oh boy. Still getting used to this. I love it too. How are you? Don't know what's in here yet. Oh. I see. Oh. Gimme. Broken heart. Lucky my heart isn't broken yet. Other way? What have I found myself in? Hello. Oh, hey there. Hello? What's he doing?
Drawing the map of the area. The halls tend to ship around newcomers. Apologies.
The sound effects are strange, like little, music notes. Ah, baby! There we go soon. Reading out of things and get officially in full. I hope you good at it.
I should introduce myself. My name's Coltrane. Yourself?
Stephanie.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So, what's with that greatsword?
This is my preferred armament. Armament. Do you have your own yet?
Nope. Should I need one?
Almost certainly. You're gonna go farther than here, that is. Automaton's one of these halls. They can be quite violent.
How should I...
take this. I found them ages ago.
Keychain with weapons. What?
Weapons are connected to the user's thoughts. Just try waving your hand around. Put some anger into it.
Swing it around, right? Strike your foes. Break walls, carve your path. Why? Like this? Oh.
Wow, yeah, you're a genius. Try breaking that wall over there.
Her ass has jiggle physics. I can't not bring that up. Breakable wall? Wait.
Excellent.
This is some powerful shit. Thanks. Woo! Crazy. And I want to fight stuff.
Wait! Ah, damn. You got unlucky. That's what happens when there's a strong automaton. Sometimes they like to hinder your environment, about physics and gravity usage. You have to beat them, I'm afraid.
Okay. Any tips?
Feel the beat.
If you say so. Is this a music rhythm game? It's a metronome. Uh-oh. Ow.
You should see the other guy. First real fight. Shame I wasn't there to help.
It feels unreal. I could move with so much speed, but it still felt natural. This has to be one of my most lucid dreams yet.
Dreams? Ah, because it takes some time to take in. You're not dreaming, Stephanie.
Right, so what am I doing? What are the halls exactly?
Me neither. It's kind of like a dream. You know about the two halves theory?
A little. That's the one where your thoughts come from a parallel universe, right?
Something like that. But now our souls are in the decision half of the world. That's what I've gathered, at least. Here, let me give you what I've drawn so far. It's nice meeting you, Stephanie.
You too. Thanks for everything. Oh, quirky. It's just crazy, Captain. my god. What is my health at? Am I dying still? Oh my goodness. Whoa. Like a Metroid Prime map. Look, I didn't know what to expect with this game when I got it. I just knew it was like a 3D platformer. Ow! Ow! Stop! Maybe I need a special tool. Perhaps. I suppose I'll just be gone for now. Aqueducts. There is, oh god. It's a Metroidvania, innit? Gulp. Alright. I don't even know how I got here. I'm pretty good at if you experiment with stuff and you're cool with all sorts of different styles of gameplay it throws at you. I mean, sure. No lock on. Combat metronome. Cool. Huh. See ya. Oh. Man, gravity just ain't right, is it? Let me see if I can ring that bell now. Pretty sure it was over here. No, now that I gotta ring a thing. Whee! Oh! Oh, it worked. Yippee! Excellent! That's right. Gravity, my beloved. Gravity? Who gives a crap about gravity? This game does. Very much so. Elevator. Oh. Aqueducts map. Oh. Cool. Oh, who am I calling down here? What do you want? Hello? I don't know, I just picked up this phone. I'm sorry, milady, I haven't introduced myself. My name's Oscar. Fuck, milady, seriously? Hey, Oscar, Stephanie here. It says here you offer hints? Why, of course, as you may have noticed, the halls can be quite disorienting, confusing, baboobling. Its spaces are filled with dangers and puzzles. I spend a bunch of time just solving them, I guess. I can bestow my wisdom for a price. Price? Normally I would charge, but for you, this one will be free. Would you like a hint? No. Well, I'll be here if you need it. Okay. mysterious trees. I'll take your heart. Yoink! Ta-da! Get a new heart. A water cube. Scary. What? What am I doing with this jelly cube? Girl, what are you doing with this cube? You killed it! The cube is dead! Where am I trying to get this? I like that the camera pans over to or has a little side view of where it's going. More water spouts. Ugh. We're trying to get it there, I see. Alright, I think I get it. There. And there. Can I just like... No! Oh, biscuits. Okay. I got it. It's okay. I'm epic. Watch. Ring. I must move the jelly cube. No, I must be doing this wrong. How do I do this better? I don't know. No, okay. This way, and then this way, and this way. Ah, please don't squish me. Woo. Then over there. Yeah, the cube girl is so good. Huh. I guess I did it, didn't I? This game is so confusing. Don't know where I am right now. Boo. Mario Galaxy? What the? What a cute house! Hello? Oh. Pocket mirror. What's that? Oh, it's a parry. Burst of light deflects almost anything that bounces off it. Same thing nearly blinded me the first time I opened it. Lesson learned. I like the Pink Floyd pansexual album. This game is it's definitely LGBT coded. That's a cute poster though. Little Pan Floyd. Oh hey, you found it! Surprised to see you here. This is my villa, by the way. Come by any time. This is where I usually hang out. Okay. Like, right now? What's up, honey? Nice decor. You've got a cozy house here. Some stylish paintings. Ah, you like it. Thank you, Steph, but this is nothing. Not to brag, but I'm not just a painter. I do sculpting, drawing, digital art, poetry, pottery. A lot of it's gone. My tools especially. Poor things out in the halls, with no one to use them. I guess I can stick to my painting for now. Aw, that sucks. Maybe it'll cheer her up if I find some of her tools. Maybe. What's up with this pocket mirror? Oh, that old thing? Take it, honey. It's yours. I have no use for it anymore. That's better used as a weapon. The reflection is not flattering to say the least. Got other ways to defend myself, so you can have it. The light used to last longer, but the poor thing is on its last legs. After I got hit, just a little. Thank you. Thank you. What a weird game. Great painting it right now. Okay. Ugh. Interesting. We love ourselves a little, rhythm game combat. Absolutely. What's this? Ow? Ow, why? Touch? That's the bad touch. But why? Oh! It's like one of those baby toys. Goes along the track. What? Why? Why do I keep getting blended? What? What is this? Looks like honey. Speaking as a bee. Or part bee. Oh. Battle time. Uh-oh. Oh no, wait, I was doing so good though. No! Gulp. Oh, she's dead, Chad. Oh. Warp. I was kind of getting the feel of it actually. I don't know if you saw that. Oof. Do it again. I do like that. It's so cool. Interesting game this is. Still hurts my brain a little bit though. Why? A battery. That's a big battery. Oh, I wanna go in here. The one with that big double A. Oh. What's that? You'll never know. I'll have to come back here later. Ah. She doesn't know which way is up and which way is down, guys. I do like that it's kind of like a rhythm combat. Just like Hi-Fi Rush, except not as cool, but like, I don't know. The parry works good. I don't know where I'm going. You'll never know. Now she'll know. Green belt. Game's weird. Oh, we gotta get those all the way over there, don't we? Bing! Bing bong! Turn off. Oh. Oh. Scrunched it. Crunch. This is an interesting puzzle, huh? Ah. Hi, Snowbug. Hi, baby. What you up to? I'm playing Metro Gravity. It's very weird. Too much gravity. Bing. It's a weird, like, 3D platformer with lots of gravity mechanics. It's for Weird Moth. Hey. Give me a little. Again, it reminds me of Pseudo Regalia. Ow! Hey, what's up? I'll take it. I'd like cash in on the hint, please. I'm in a room with 3 flamethrowers, a box, and a flower thing. It's written down somewhere. Let's go, but no matter the weight, all objects fall the same rate. When dropped off the Tower of Pisa, both objects stayed close. Look at the tower. The flower leaned on its support. Still pretty vague. How does it really explain blocking the flower's path to set it up? Cool, thanks. Got a card again. Yeah, I know, honey. This is not my forte. Like, I feel like I know what it wants me to do, but not that easy. Then it just crushes the flower. Like if it was on the left side right there, sure. Ah. Gravity. Who gives a crap about gravity? Gravity. Or same thing. Shit. I'm not quite sure. All objects fall at the same rate. All I can assume is that you have to have the block and the flower moving at the same time. But it's so particular. I gotta go. Oh, okay. Like, the flower would have to be down there. And the block would have to be where the flower is, but it just crushes it when it respawns. Like, yeah, you get it there, but then what? What happens next? Oh. Did it work? Goodness gracious. Okay, I think I got it. That was stupid though. We'll say. Wow. Boom. She's so good. Hey, look, another one. How exciting! I'm kidding. Fuck you. Right. Right. Ow. Ow. How do I block this one now? Fuck. Actually stinky. Positively smelly. Ow, ow. That's cool, but I don't think that'll do much. Unless I scoot it over. Ah, don't squish me. Oh. Am I thinking about this right? Got it, chat? No! No, you're so close. Ah. This is tough. Oh my god, all better? Are you done now? Ah. Ow. Ugh. I did it. Yeah. My brain. Whee. I get there eventually. Not perfectly, but you know. Hello? Hey, what you watching? Hello? No way they just did that. I don't think he's listening. Huh. What a strange video game this is. Gorp. Oh, I am in space now. Space 5 ever. Oh, the wire. Oh, the elevator again. Oh, Snowfield Gate. I didn't go over there. Freezing my ass off. Guess we need to cut whatever that is. Little honey bugs. Yeah, I'd rather not freeze my ass off. That's what I just said. She knows her ass is fine. Gotta protect it. Let me in. Yeah. Yeah. Ow. Whew. Snowy, I love you. You're my favorite. Favorite is doggy. Oh good no. Oh no. No, really? Oh man. Yeah, that is tricky, isn't it? Look at that. I just up. I'll land on the other planets. What the? No, I don't want to go into space. No! That's rough. Unplug. Hey, what the fuck? We'll land in there. What? Weird. Okay. Hey man, shit. Can't just do that. Yeah I can. Or like angle it and then jump out of the orbit.
So, you're the new one, huh?
Yep, nice to meet you. I'm Stephanie.
Is that how you treat someone you just met?
Sorry, I didn't think it'd be.
Ah, I'm just messing. I guess you could say I've been spacing out too often recently. Name's Sinatra. I usually run a shop in the halls, but I don't have my setup with me at the moment. That's my van when the walls were shifting.
Sorry about that as well.
No problemo. Let me just know if you find the keys to my van. And maybe go plug in the TV.
For sure. Hey.
What's up?
What's on TV?
So,
what kind of things do you watch on TV here?
Oh no, I just straight up watch space.
I see. You guys nuts. I get that gravity is weird in here, but why can't you just float?
I'm 90% sure it was the ISS on the outside.
No way. That's awesome. So you're... Wait, is he messing with me?
Your outside experiences do affect your abilities here, though. The reason you fall down is because that's all in your mind. All your mind has known. Those in the halls typically have a higher priority for than stuff like the laws of physics. You probably have some seemingly mundane items with amazing powers, right? Someone else, or something else, infused those objects with soul. Pretty easy for objects to gain souls here. Look at the automatons. Automations. Take my word for it, though. Our train should know more about those guys.
Interesting. Don't care, didn't ask. L plus ratio. How do we get in there? Too steep. Oh, I'm so good. Yay! It worked. My gamer strategy. Oh, we're... I'm back here. Gonna take a little nappy. Why don't I just wake up on a couch like that? Weird. Okay. Man, and I thought I was so cool and clever. I am so cool and clever. You guys know that, right? Ow. That's just an invisible wall. Ow. Ow. Hup. Which way did I come from? I don't remember. Definitely this way. Boop, boop, boop. No more mushrooms. They're icky anyway. Hey, an automaton friend. Let's kill it. Well, he's already dead. Oh, dude. Oh, I gotta get used to jumping and dodging and doing all that stuff at the same time. That's tough. I can do it though. I'm alright at this kind of stuff. I do like how this is rhythm based. Hi, Cameron. Nice. Okay. I like that. That's really cool. What's that? Fetch. The lantern is lit. I know where and when you are. I don't know what that did. Ooh. Gondor calls for aid. I'm sure he does. Open up. Good enough. Sure. Cube? Why is it long? Oh. Am I on the other side? Maybe. There's a big bell in there though. Why? Ow. Gorp? Okay. How does she do this, chat? It's really fast. You can't move it either. Maybe I'll have to come back. Ow, ow, why? I'm gonna die if I keep attempting this. That sucks. Okay. Well. Wah. Alright. I don't want to lock it anymore. I need to stop locking in. I'm too good. It's more puzzly than like platformy. Like Pseudo Regalia. It's interesting though. I like it. I didn't really feel very rhythmy, but whatever. Oh. Spin! Okay. Air. Ow. Why? What? Oh, do you really bump me off? What? Little stinker. Oh. Touch. Ow. Why is everything so hurty? Hurty spaghetti. Whatever this is, I don't think I can do it either. Shit. Wow. Ow. Let me just... Yeah! I'm so good. Alright, well now what? Strange. Nothing's happening. Why? Why is nothing happening? I guess I'll go back? Maybe I need some kind of power to turn it on. I'm just guessing here. What's up there? I didn't realize how rhythm-based this would be. Yay! These stupid doors. What are you looking at? Stop hurting me. Oh, oh, no. Fuck you. I don't like it. No, sir. Ah. I feel like I didn't do much there, but I'll take it. Maybe they just like me. Oh. Letter to a friend. Marcellus. Don't think that conversation we had earlier this week hasn't been on my mind. I have done some thinking on my theory. I won't see you again for quite a while. So here I am writing. Perhaps I can articulate myself better. Since the beginning of history, most cultures have developed the notion of something immutable that makes us us. The soul, of course. Scientists like ourselves can't help but wonder, what would it be made of? Where would it reside? In the body? Is this something completely outside of our view? The aptly named will organ we found by poking around the frontal lobe behaves in such a manner unlike anything else we've seen, no? Synapses firing before it would even make sense. Nearly inactive until the person is presented with a choice, even as simple as what to eat next on the dinner plate. This will organ And with the fundamental decision error is what has led me to come up with the decision half and the real half. This will organ that we can see in the real world interacts with the invisible, all-encompassing decision universe, and uses its energy to decide how things should be. Also, this is further exemplified by the FDE making so much sense. It's because we are not the observers of reality. Reality conforms to us. Every wife that Parmesan steak is to die for. Jackson. Oh. Hello. No more. You die. Ugh. I'm getting tired. Well, my voice is getting more tired, if anything. Wah. Where am I? I have no idea. But I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm getting pretty tired. And my voice is getting tired as well. This is a pretty neat game though. I hope you all have enjoyed all of the neat games I checked out today. Between Outer Wilds, Rift Apart, Bee Simulator, and Metro Gravity. I do think I'll have the best time with Ratchet and Clank. Outer Wilds will be the biggest mystery to figure out. Bee Simulator is just super charming. And this game has lots of kind of neat ideas. And the protagonist is caked up, so I call it a win-win. Save and quit. Interesting. I'll have to check out more of this game. You too, Audrey. Thank you. Bit.exe. Okay, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I'm hot. I'm probably gonna take the next 2 days to rest. Outer Wilds is more something to play through slowly on my own. You think so? I know people really like Outer Wilds, which is why I was streaming it. Bee Simulator and Metro Gravity. I don't know. I could continue them if you're all interested in seeing more of it. If you want to see me finish the Bee Simulator or explore more in Metro Gravity. I don't actually know if it's finished or not. It probably is. Outer Wilds. I could stream Outer Wilds. They all seem pretty fun in their own little way. I could see myself playing Metro Gravity in my free time, maybe. Bee Simulator was very cute to play on stream. I'm just curious as to how much I could really get out of it. But it changes how it feels to play and explore? What makes you say that? And record instead of streaming. Oh, you think so? Maybe. I haven't really done recordings much before. Record instead of streaming. I could try. I haven't done a recording before. Or like a offline off-stream series. I've considered it, but I'm not sure. Having your reactions changed by viewer comments. It just alters the experience. Oh, really? Alright, I'll take that into consideration then. Perhaps I'll play it in my free time then. Why is my stuff lagging? Blah. House like carpet. Alright. With art. At least one other game. Which other game, I wonder? I know I played a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom off stream. Tunic wasn't off stream. I did that one. I don't remember. But either way, I'll definitely do some Outer Wilds off stream and I guess see how that goes. And I'll post it on my YouTube channel. Go follow my YouTube channel if you aren't already. That's where it would be. The Ebanator. Alright, well, who do we feel like rating? Thank you all so much for 4 years, by the way. You're all incredible. Here's my Discord, my socials, and my merch page if you haven't checked those out already. Touch Scaly Tail is doing an event. Maple Doe's doing VR chat. Riku's doing VR chat. Yeah, there's a raid message. 6-year stream debut anniversary. I could raid Touch Scaly Tail, since it's their 6-year debut anniversary as well. Whatever that means. Yeah, you guys could go have fun with the Kobold. I don't remember if I've raided them before. But I do hope that you'll have fun with them. Yeah, they're doing their own little special event thingy thing. I'll be back probably for Terraria on Wednesday. Touch that tail, exactly. Thank you all so much for 4 years. I do hope that I can keep it going. Hi Ken! Hello! I'll keep it going for as much as I can. Make sure that you're all happy and nice, and I'll get to experience lots more with everybody. Alright everybody, have a good night and stay bright, night lights. Bye bye! What? Unredeem that right now. Ken! Ken, you son of a bitch. Why now? What's the matter with you? We're just ending stream! Absolutely the wrong time. Love you, buddy, but god damn it. Finally got home. No! You're refunding that right now. Bye bye everybody. Thank you. Thank you.